Hello and welcome to this extremely special project between Star Wars and Galaxy and the Nerd Academy podcast. I'm Eli, and this is my good friend Jared from the Nerd Academy podcast. I'm so
Hello there.
excited. I'm so excited to do this project. We're recording this way earlier, but of course, happy May 4th, happy Star Wars Day. I had this idea a while ago, and I wanted somebody else to help me out with this, and Jared kindly agreed to do this with me, and so we're both very excited about what we're doing here today. So the general idea is, um, you have we call the Skywalker saga episodes 1 to 9. Cool. Now let's go out a little bit. Let's expand it with the spin-off films, Solo, Rogue One, and then the Clone Wars film. Cool. Then you got a complete Skywalker saga, right? Well, we wanted to go as out as possible. We wanted to use every single relevant canon source to build a complete story of the Skywalker family and their impact on the galaxy. And that's what we've done. We will link our Google Doc, it's very long, and it's a lot of work's been done on this. This has been in the works. When this video gets released, this will be in the work for almost half a year. And Jared and I will take turns going through our various sources and describing what we have designated as the story of Skywalker. And this includes everything, all 12 films, episodes from every single Star Wars television show, except for Young Jedi Adventures, and we'll get to that. Many books, many comics, and some video games as well. This is not everything Star Wars. This is everything that we feel is relevant to the Star Wars stories. That is not to put down any other Star Wars stories. There are tons of Star Wars stories that we love that are not in here. And that is because they tackle other parts of the Star Wars universe and the Star Wars story. And that's fantastic. But we're focusing on the core story of the Skywalkers here and their impact on the general ebb and flow of the galaxy. For example, there will be nothing from the High Republic in here. Again, we both love the High Republic,
Yes.
but it is simply not relevant to the story of the Skywalkers. But that is not to say we don't love it, because we do. And not only are we looking at the Skywalker specifically, we're looking at what Jared and I have dubbed like the Skywalker extended family. So not just the blood Skywalkers, Luke, Leia, Anakin, Shmi, Ben, what have you, and not just the Skywalkers by choice, by marriage, Han or Padme, or
Rey.
or by inductee by Rey, but also the people whose lives have impacted the Skywalkers to a great degree: Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ahsoka Tano, Finn, Poe Dameron, Yoda, Qui-Gon.
The aunties and uncles of the Skywalker family.
Yes, the aunts and uncles of the Skywalker family. Because we won't actually get to a Skywalker until it's not that far ahead, but we have a bunch of stuff pre-Phantom Menace before we get to this. But Jared, is there anything you want to add to this before we get started on the story of Skywalker?
No, I think this is a very interesting project that you teed up. I think that these are one of those fun, ways to change the way that we ourselves as fans look at how we engage with this story, and kind of take a very macro view outward to see just how many stories do directly touch the kind of causal chain of events that is,
because that's what we
the
love about Star
Skywalker
Wars
saga.
at the end of the day. That's what we love about Star Wars at the end of the day. Like, look, if you want a complete story of the Skywalker saga, the 9 movies will do you justice. But we have all this extended backstory that enriches the saga so well that it was a joy for me to go back and see, oh, this touches this in that way, and things are included in this for 2 reasons. One of them is they're directly relevant to one of the characters, or one of them is I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Mickey, can you help
That's
me?
a surprise tool that can help us later.
Vicky's right. It's a the other reason it sets up something that will be important later, and that if you're watching this through, reading this through, you'll need to know from beforehand. Like for example, the Night Sisters. The Night Sisters aren't
Yes.
directly relevant to the Skywalker saga, but if you want to understand Ahsoka, which is a relevant part of the Skywalker saga, you're gonna need to understand the Night Sisters. Um, One last thing. This We started on this in January of 2024, and that is as of now where this is updated to. So as of when this comes out, the Bad Batch season 3 will have finished. We're recording it when it's still underway, but none of
Yep.
that will be included in here. It would just be too hard. We might do an updated version one day, but it's basically as of the end of 2023 that this is updated to.
Yeah.
So if you're wondering why Bad Batch or other stuff released in 2024 isn't here, that's why. All right, you ready to get started with Story of Skywalker?
The story of Skywalker. Let's make it happen.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, we begin with Jedi Master Yoda in his late 800s. He continues to learn about the ways of the Force. The Jedi are in their prime, and Yoda, even though he's lived for hundreds of years, details his quest to understand how different societies interact with the Force through this thing called stone power, around 8 years before the Phantom Menace. Yoda continues to learn more about the Force with his young Padawan named Dooku. Dooku has become a Jedi Master and is helping assist Yoda with the training of new younglings as a new challenge for himself. And he and Yoda intervene when a Wookiee and Trandoshan student almost come to blow over misinterpreted prophecy that the Wookiee had had.
As Dooku has taken his own Padawan, Qui-Gon Jinn, they go to a world in the Outer Rim controlled by a corrupt senator, wherein the senator's son has been taken hostage by a group of insurgents. During their expedition to this planet to rescue the senator's son, they come to understand why he was taken as an act of protest against the squalor that the senator is allowing the planet to fall into because of his corruption and because of his malfeasance with the funds and care that's taken of the planet. As the senator rolls up, fight ensues where Jedi Master Dooku and his apprentice Qui-Gon Jinn stand off with the senator's security detail, and Dooku lashes out and attempts to take the life of the senator in anger of the way that he has abused his people. Qui-Gon intervenes and prevents Dooku from taking this life in cold blood and reins his master in as the senator is forced to accept the refusal of his rule by his people and is set back on the straight and narrow as Qui-Gon and Dooku wax poetic about how one day Qui-Gon Jinn will be a better Jedi than Dooku ever was.
Obi-Wan Kenobi is a young Jedi who enters the Jedi Order as a child, as many Jedi younglings do. Little does he know he will become a major player in the Skywalker saga. For now, he's just been apprenticed to the now Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn.
Dooku was sent on a mission with Mace Windu to Raxus to investigate the death of a Jedi Master. While Raxus is embroiled in political turmoil, a Jedi Master who was sent there to help mediate is found dead. And they're there to recover the body and maybe figure out what happened there. Dooku quickly surmises that the Master was not killed by bandits or any type of insurgents, but was in fact killed by the corrupt guard of this senator. They are there again to exact some amount of revenge for the senator's corruption and his malfeasance against his people. And after Mace Windu and Dooku managed to defeat these guards, Dooku commiserates with one of these gentlemen about how he agrees with his stance, however, cannot quite justify his methods, as he agrees that a corrupt government should not be allowed to stand with impunity.
Moving back to Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, the latest of the line that Yoda and Dooku started, Obi-Wan goes on a solo mission to the planet Linara, where he meets a bunch of Force-sensitive teens wrapped up in a war on that planet, and briefly considers leaving the Jedi Order before going back to his master, stronger and wiser. They then head out on a mission to the planet of Pajal, where they encounter a fellow apprentice to Dooku, Rael Avaros, as they get involved with protecting the monarchy of Pajal. They foil the assassination attempts on Pajal and further cement their bond as master and apprentice.
Ahsoka Tano. She is brought up in her village of Fellow Togruta. She is taken by a large cat-type animal. As her tribe tries to come rescue her, Ahsoka is able to tap into the Force and pacify the saber-tooth-like creature, saving her own life after being taught lessons that life and death are cyclical and that one cannot exist without the other, and that the Force exists in both realms of life and death.
A young 14-year-old girl named Padme Nabari is elected as the queen of the planet of Naboo. Immediately, Queen Padme, who's taken the state name of Amidala, is left with her planet in crisis, as the taxation of free trade routes has caused the Trade Federation to blockade her entire planet with a battalion of deadly battleships. She immediately calls out to her planet's representative in the Galactic Senate, Sheev Palpatine, who, little does she know, is the scheming Sith Lord Darth Sidious, who engineered this whole crisis in the first place. Two Jedi ambassadors, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi, are sent down to Naboo to resolve the crisis, but end up with hostile force from the Trade Federation. While escaping the blockade, Queen Amidala and the Jedi crash land on Tatooine, where they meet the young, Force-sensitive boy Anakin Skywalker. Anakin wins his freedom from slavery in a pod race on Bunta Eve, and the crew goes to the capital of the galaxy on Coruscant, where they plead their case to the Galactic Senate. The Galactic Senate does not listen, so they decide to wage war on their own terms. Before that happens, Qui-Gon decides to take Anakin, who he believes to be the prophesied chosen one, who will destroy the Sith and bring balance to the Force, as his Padawan learner, despite the Council's objections. They then wage one of the first large-scale battles in the galaxy in centuries, with the Battle of Naboo, where they recruit the native Gungans and the Naboo people to rally and fight against the Trade Federation occupying army. The battle is a resounding success and a signifier of small forces standing up against huge enterprises in the galaxy like governments and multi-planet corporations. Unfortunately, Sidious sends his dastardly apprentice Darth Maul to the planet, who then cuts down Qui-Gon Jinn, who makes Obi-Wan swear to train Anakin as his own Padawan apprentice, and then shortly after, he cuts Maul in half, seemingly killing him. Obi-Wan takes Anakin on as his Padawan apprentice as a victory celebration is held on Naboo, unaware that this victory has set the evil Sith Lord Darth Sidious's plans into motion.
And all the while, the now retired Jedi Master Dooku, who has since left the Order due to political differences with the Council and the Galactic Senate of the Republic, has made one of his many trips back to the temple. However, he has clandestine purposes and goes into the Jedi Temple archive to erase all knowledge of the outer rim world of Camino, hiding it and its cloning facilities from the Republic at large. As he is in the process of leaving, he learns that Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn has returned from his adventures on Tatooine and learns that Qui-Gon has engaged a Sith Lord in combat in the Outer Rim world and wishes that his former Padawan and surrogate son be safe in the coming days and wishes him well, hoping to see Qui-Gon again in the near future, hoping that Qui-Gon can be a part of his grand machinations. Unfortunately, as fate and the Force would have it, Qui-Gon Jinn does not make it back from the Naboo crisis, and this further radicalizes Count Dooku against the Jedi and the Republic as he mourns the loss of his surrogate son and lashes out at Yaddle, former Jedi Council member, who has since, unbeknownst to Dooku, renounced her seat after realizing that Qui-Gon and Dooku have been right about a great many things about how the Jedi and the Republic's relationship has begun to decay. Dooku makes his way to the Works district on Coruscant to meet with his secret benefactor, Darth Sidious. Yaddle follows him, and upon revealing herself to the Sith Lord and the fallen Jedi, Sidious orders Dooku to kill Jedi Master Yaddle, which he eventually, of course, does, pledging himself fully to the dark side and setting him down the path of becoming Darth Tyrannus.
Senator Palpatine is elected as the Chancellor of the Galactic Republic through a completely legitimate, not at all fishy election. He then takes great interest on Naboo shortly after the procedure in the young Anakin Skywalker, who he also has his suspicions about what this child may mean to the balance of the Force in the future. He observes Anakin as he goes off on a mission with his master Obi-Wan Kenobi to the planet Carnelian 4, and as the two figure out their relationship as master and apprentice, and as Anakin deals with the reality of what it means to become a Jedi. We see a flashback here where Anakin is taken to a casino with Palpatine and starts to see the corruption of the Republic firsthand, alongside the guidance of his new mentor, further setting him down the path of darkness to come. In the years following the Battle of Naboo, Dooku finds a young Dathomiri girl named Asajj Ventress and takes her as his apprentice, defying the rule of two, even though he claims she is just an assassin. For Darth Tyrannus now sets his plans in motion. Asajj Ventress goes to erase all remnants of Dooku's past on Sereno, including the murder of his sister Jenza, ensuring that both of their transformations into their dark side versions of themselves are complete.
After 10 years, the galaxy to the verge of war, as Count Dooku is the public face of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, otherwise known as the CIS, calls in the Senate have started being made to establish a republic military in the event of the inevitable, it seems, war. As things start to come to a head, assassination attempts against one now Senator Padme Amidala begin. In the wake of these assassination attempts, Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi are called in to act as bodyguards for the senator, and eventually an investigation is launched into the nature of the attempts on her life, where Obi-Wan Kenobi learns of Camino at last and finds the clone army commissioned by Sifo Dyas, so they claim, a Jedi Master who was an old friend of Dooku's. As Obi-Wan investigates the nature of Padme's would-be assassin, Jango Fett, Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala begin to reveal each other's reciprocal romantic feelings for one another as he is protecting her on Naboo. During this time, Anakin starts to get prophetic visions of his mother dying, nightmares that drive him to want to go and see what's going on back on his home world of Tatooine. Unfortunately, the young Skywalker arrives too late, realizing that she had been taken and is likely already dead by the hand of a local Tusken tribe. The young Skywalker sets out to track down his mother's abductors, finds her. As she dies in his arms, Anakin Skywalker, for the first time, taps in to the corrosive power of the dark side and lashes out in cold-blooded murderous rage to eliminate this entire tribe of Tuskens. At this same time, Obi-Wan Kenobi tracks Jango Fett, the template for this clone army, and who is evidently the would-be assassin of Padme Amidala. He follows Jango and his clone son Boba to Geonosis, the staging ground for the Confederate movement. After Obi-Wan is caught spying on the Separatist Council, he is arrested, but as he sends out a distress signal requesting help from his fellow Jedi. Disobeying direct orders from Jedi Master of the Order, Mace Windu, Anakin Skywalker and Padme go out to Geonosis to rescue Kenobi. They themselves are captured and are then rescued from an execution in a gladiatorial pit by an army of Jedi, as well as the newly minted Grand Army of the Republic and its clone troopers. A battle ensues between Count Dooku, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Yoda, which leaves the young Skywalker without his right arm, Master Kenobi wounded, and Dooku making it abundantly clear that his power in the dark side is evident and undeniable as Skywalker and Padme marry in secret, and thus the Clone Wars begin. In the immediate aftermath of the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker is knighted along with a handful of other Padawans, perhaps too early so that they can bolster out their ranks as the Jedi, for the first time in a millennium, become a proper military outfit. A series of politically motivated war crimes are committed on the world of Cato Neimoidia, a planet that is caught in between the warring factions of the Clone Wars. Obi-Wan Kenobi is sent to investigate matters and see if it actually had Republic involvement or if it were a separatist false flag. Anakin Skywalker follows closely behind to make sure that Obi-Wan is safe, lying in wait, waiting for his time to swoop in and aid his master. Eventually, things do go belly up. Obi-Wan and Anakin team back up on Cato Neimoidia, and an adventure they go on together that some would say doesn't count. As the Clone War rages on, the Battle of Christophsis is underway, seemingly a Republic victory, until the Separatist army pulls out a trump card and starts using a ratio to box in the Republic forces on Christophsis, led by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. As things start to turn dire on Christophsis, a Jedi envoy is sent to the former master and apprentice. Aboard this shuttle is one Jedi Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, the youngling promoted to Padawan, assigned to one Anakin Skywalker. Tano and Skywalker cleverly outmaneuver the Separatists and destroy their ratio, allowing the terrestrial cannons to rain hell on the Separatist forces on the planet, and a plot to kidnap Jabba the Hutt's son, Rata, is discovered. The Republic is trying to make peace with the Hutt cartels so they gain access to their shipping and hyperspace lanes. It seems as though that the culprits behind the kidnapping are the Separatist Alliance, and while the Republic swoops in to the jungle world of Teth to find Rata, it turns out that this whole series of events was staged by Count Dooku himself to place blame on the Republic for kidnapping Rata's son, false flagging them as a false flag to kidnap the baby. As they rescue the child from Teth, they hurtle back to Tatooine to return the Huttlet to his father, at which point Count Dooku continues to follow in hot pursuit, resulting in a rematch between Skywalker and Dooku on the sands of Tatooine, as Ahsoka Tano races to Jabba's palace to return Rata to his father. Eventually, the Huttlet is restored to his family, and the Hutt cartel casts aside one of its members, Jabba the Hutt's uncle, Zero the Hutt, who aided in this effort to kidnap Rata in efforts to win favor with the Confederacy of Independent Systems. By the end, Zero is brought into Republic custody, and the Hutt hyperspace lanes are now the Republic's to use.
As the Clone Wars rages on, the Jedi Council put Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Anakin's new Padawan, Ahsoka, on the front lines of the Clone War, dealing with some of the deadliest threats to the Republic and the Jedi's existence. One of these threats is a new super weapon being developed by the new separatist cyborg General Grievous called the Malevolence, which features an ion cannon that can disable virtually any ship, leaving it prey for separatist fighters to destroy once the ion cannon fires. Anakin, Ahsoka, and Jedi Master Plo Koon go through enemy lines to try and comprehend the magnitude and get as much information as they can about this new deadly weapon. Anakin's secret wife, Senator Padme Amidala, is fooled into a trap and accidentally gets pulled into the tractor beam of the Malevolence. And Anakin and Obi-Wan board the deadly battleship to rescue the senator from the clutches of General Grievous. Obi-Wan has his first encounter with the general in a heated lightsaber duel, which ends with Obi-Wan and his former Padawan, as well as the senator, escaping, but not before they programmed the Malevolence's navigation computer to collide with a nearby moon, destroying it, though Grievous escapes. On the moon of Rishi, a new clone squadron called Domino Squad is finding their new duties very boring because nothing is really happening on the moon of Rishi. However, that does not stay true for long, as General Grievous launches an assault on that planet, which the 5 clones are completely unprepared for. 3 of these clones, Heavy, Droid Bait, and Cut Up, end up sacrificing themselves in the attempt to preserve Republic control of the Rishi base, but eventually Anakin and Obi-Wan's clone captains, Cody and Rex, manage to hear the distress signal sent by the remaining 2 clones from the Rishi outpost, and they go aid, holding back the Separatist assault. Afterwards, the 2 surviving members of Domino Squad, called Echo and Fives, get promoted to ARC troopers. Fives and Echo join Rex in the 501st Legion, in one of their first major battle tests since Christophsis and Teth on the planet of Ryloth. Ahsoka tries a few maneuvers with Rex's squadrons in the blockade over the planet of Ryloth, which is being bombarded by separatist forces hoping to capture the planet. She loses a few too many of Rex's men that way and gets chastised by Anakin before Anakin makes a foolhardier, riskier plan that somehow works as Jedi Masters Obi-Wan Kenobi and Mace Windu proceed down to the planet Ryloth. They try to save as many innocent Twi'leks as possible from the onslaught of the Separatist Alliance, and eventually Mace Windu, alongside Twi'lek revolutionary leader Sham Syndulla, manages to take the fight to the capital city of Lesu, retaking the planet from the evil Separatist corporate baron Emir Wat Tambor. This leads into the Battle of O'Brien Bridge, where Obi-Wan and his commander Cody fully get to recognize each other's strengths and weaknesses and work better together in the face of an absolutely brutal battle in the Clone Wars.
As the Clone War rages on, the notorious bounty hunter Cad Bane gains favor with the Separatist Alliance, as well as its secret benefactor, Darth Sidious. Cad Bane was once second only to the late Jango Fett, who died during the First Battle of Geonosis by the hands of Mace Windu. Now, Bane, who is a notorious Jedi killer himself, is hired to acquire and remove important holocron that has the list of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy. He is successful in this effort with the help of a changeling bounty hunter who went in disguised themselves as a Jedi. And as Bane escapes with this holocron, he is then confronted by Anakin Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka Tano, as he is chased across the galaxy onto a Separatist capital ship where a titanic battle rages aboard that results in the seeming death of Cad Bane. However, he fakes his death, disguises himself as a clone trooper to then make a daring escape with this holocron to begin kidnapping these Force-sensitive children for Darth Sidious. As the heroic Jedi follow him across the galaxy, trying to cut him off at the pass as he kidnaps these children, Mace Windu and Obi-Wan Kenobi go into Cad Bane's hidden fortress to acquire intel there, while Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano make their way to Mustafar to find the facility where Bane collecting these children. After this daring adventure involving the Kyber crystal with the names of these Force sensitive children on Malastare, a weapons test and battle between the Separatists and the Galactic Republic results in the awakening of a monster known as the Zillo Beast, a creature with incredibly dense skin that is awoken, defeated on Malastare, and brought back to Coruscant for testing, where it is again awoken and wreaks havoc across the capital planet of the Galactic Republic, eventually being killed and acquired by Chancellor Palpatine for research on the beast's physiology and potential cloning purposes. After the battle with the Zillo Beast, Padme Amidala is able to exonerate a colleague named Rush Clovis, who was suspected of being involved with the Separatist Alliance, and in an adventure to Cato Neimoidia with him, are able to discover a series of schematics for a droid factory, revealing that the droid foundries on Geonosis may not have been defunct and are in fact still very active, despite the beginning battle. The first shots of the Clone War being fired on that planet is still very much a separatist stronghold, resulting in an invasion of Geonosis in the second battle on the rocky desert world, wherein Coyote-Mundi, Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, and Obi-Wan Kenobi lead their respective clone legions into battle, alongside Jedi Master Luminara Unduli and her Padawan Barriss Offee. As the Jedi begin to close in on the weapons factory, Tano and Offee go in together as their masters continue the battle above, as Tano and Offee try to infiltrate and annihilate the factory. Offee and Tano are seemingly beyond saving as the factory begins to come down on itself, and Anakin Skywalker, unable to shake his attachment and his fierce loyalty to his friends and loved ones, pushes on, knowing that Ahsoka is alive out there, and eventually, of course, the two Padawans are rescued. In the ensuing melee, as the second battle of Geonosis wraps up, a mind worm is discovered that leads Obi-Wan and Anakin into the bowels of the Geonosian hive, where they discover the Queen Mother, who is the leader of the Geonosian brood. They destroy the hive. As the battles across the galaxy continue, an engagement on Seleucami between the Confederacy of Independent Systems and the Galactic Republic results in the injury and separation of Captain Rex and some of his clone comrades from their legions. As they are making their way in isolation, they come across a clone deserter named Cut McQuain, who has made a life for himself as the stepfather and husband of a happy family, showing the clones that perhaps there is more to their lives than serving in this war, and that they can be more than just simple soldiers. As Seleucami rages, a series of terrorist attacks on the once warrior people of Mandalore crop up. Individuals wearing the vestigial armor of their people turn up as members of the terrorist organization Death Watch continue to pepper the planet with terror attacks. Obi-Wan Kenobi is sent to investigate, as he has a great relationship with the Duchess of Mandalore, one Satine Kryze, whom he has in the past been romantically involved with. As they continue their push to understand what is going on Mandalore, it is revealed that Pre Vizsla, a Mandalorian diplomat, is in fact the leader of the Death Watch and has formed an alliance with Count Dooku to wreak havoc across the galaxy and restore Mandalore to what he believes to be its former glory. A diplomatic envoy with the Mandalorian Duchess and a number of Republic senators and members of neutral worlds who refuse to take part in the war is infiltrated by the Separatist Alliance, as well as another diplomat who is on the payroll of Count Dooku. A battle ensues on the cruiser that results in this turncoat diplomat being killed by Anakin Skywalker before he can set off an explosive that would annihilate the cruiser, taking out the leaders of all of these neutral worlds. As the Mandalorian people continue to campaign for their own sovereignty and to remain neutral in the conflict between the Republic and the Separatist Alliance, a doctored message from the Minister of Defense from Mandalore is played in the Senate chambers, saying that they are not prepared for any type of conflict with the Separatists should they encroach on their territory and with the Death Watch threat. As Duchess Satine has to deal with a litany of assassins, she is able to prove this footage has been doctored and is able to prevent a Republic occupation that would turn Mandalore against the Republic, allowing it to slip into Count Dooku's hands.
As the Clone Wars rage on, the Separatists know they have to make a big strike at a Republic facility somewhere to make a grand stand against who they believe to be their oppressors. They choose the cloning planet of Kamino to ultimately destroy and desolate the facilities on. The Republic receives advance notice of this attack, however, and sends Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and the Marshal of Sepoka City, Shaak Ti, into battle against the droid General Grievous and Asajj Ventress, who Dooku has employed as a Dark Jedi in use of the Separatists. Grievous and Ventress's attack on Sepoka City ultimately fails. However, many clones die in the battle, and some of the cloning facilities are damaged. In a bold move, Cad Bane decides to kidnap the droids of Senator Amidala on Coruscant, R2-D2 and C-3PO, to get schematics for the building of the Galactic Senate, which he then subsequently takes hostage in exchange for the release of Zero the Hutt from Republic prison, who had been captured after he had betrayed the Republic and threatened the life of Senator Amidala. Under threat of execution, Chancellor Palpatine lets the Hutt go in exchange for the temporary imprisonment of Senator of Ryloth Thorn Free Ta. Zero then traipses across the galaxy, trying not to get caught by his contemporaries on the Hutt Council, who he has betrayed and swindled many times, before finally being shot by his own former lover, Cy Snoodles, on the planet of Teth. Cad Bane and the Jedi Masters Obi-Wan Kenobi and Quinlan Vos find Zero's body and have a brief fight on Teth before deciding that it is not worth it to confront the other at the moment. The Clone Wars are a brutal and devastating conflict, bringing mass terror to many worlds as its destructive force rages across the galaxy. So some senators from both the Republic and Separatist sides deeply want an end to the destructive conflict. Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo for the Republic and Senator Mina Bonteri of Onderon of the Separatists and Senator Tawny Ames of Desix from the Separatists reach a peace deal to settle matters between the Republic and the Separatists and hopefully bring an end to the Clone War. Bonteri and Amidala negotiate this on the planet of Raxus, with Jedi Padawan Ahsoka Tano in attendance. Unfortunately, Chancellor Palpatine catches wind of this plan, and as Darth Sidious sends General Grievous to plan a terrorist attack on a power facility of Coruscant, temporarily knocking out the power. In the interim, Darth Tyrannus' agents murder Mina Bonteri and blame it on the Republic. These acts of terror and war further instigate the war between the Separatists and the Republic instead of the conclusion that Amidala and the late Bonteri so badly wanted. In a battle of the planet of Sullust against the Republic, Darth Sidious commands his apprentice to kill his assassin Asajj Ventress, fearing the two of them may be plotting to overthrow him. Dooku reluctantly obeys his master and sends vulture droids to murder Ventress. These droids fail in their mission, and Ventress escapes back to her home tribe on the planet of Dathomir, who plot revenge on Dooku for his betrayal. They pluck a Night Brother from a nearby village named Savage Opress and convert him with Night Sister magic to a horrific monster who will kill without mercy and happens to be the brother of the late Sith Lord Darth Maul. Savage and Ventress go to confront Dooku, which utterly fails, as Opress realizes that he does not want the loyalty of Dooku, who he'd been presented as a fake apprentice to, or Ventress, who had been brainwashed into him as his, quote, true master. Ventress goes off after failing to kill Count Dooku. into the galaxy, wondering what is left of life for her. And Oppress returns to Dathomir, where Mother Talzin, the leader of the Night Sisters, gives him a mission to find his long-lost brother, Maul, who may still be alive after all this time. While investigating a series of irregularities in the Corinthian system, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan get taken to the celestial plane of Mortis, where they get drawn into a conflict between the representations of the light side and the dark side, the daughter and son, and their father, who represents the balance in between them. There, they learn a whole lot about the nature of the Force as they're visited by images of Kenobi's former master, Qui-Gon Jinn, Anakin's deceased mother, Shmi, a potential older version of Ahsoka herself, as the father desperately wants to test if Anakin truly is the chosen one of prophecy. This test succeeds, but as they're about to leave the planet, the son kidnaps Ahsoka Tano, and Obi-Wan and Anakin rush to the daughter and father respectively to try and rescue their apprentice from the grip of the dark side. Son poisons Ahsoka, who attacks Anakin and Obi-Wan before dying, which the daughter then gives part of her life force after being stabbed with a deadly dagger of Mortis to revive Ahsoka from the dead. A dagger then falls into the hands of the father and Anakin, who use it to kill the son, but not before he kills his father and ends the destructive conflict on Mortis once and for all. They get back on their ship, where seemingly seconds had passed since they had left the known galaxy for Mortis. After their escapade on Mortis, the Jedi Master Even Peel is taken hostage by separatists who board his ship and capture him and his captain, Wilhuff Tarkin, who possess the coordinates for a hyperspace lane called the Nexus Route. PL and Tarkin and their troops are taken to the separatist prison known as the Citadel, built hundreds of years ago on the planet Lola Sayu to capture wayward Jedi. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi lead the mission to rescue PL from the seemingly impenetrable prison to save PL, Tarkin, and the coordinates of the Nexus Route. Ahsoka covertly joins them and aids in their escape from the Citadel. In the course of escape from the Citadel, many clones die, including, seemingly, the clone trooper Echo from Domino Squadron, although in reality he is secretly taken and kidnapped by the Techno Union. The Republic is eventually forced to mount a full-scale invasion and bombardment of Lola Sayu and the Citadel, as Anakin and Obi-Wan and Ahsoka are unable to escape. The escape goes successfully, however. PL is killed by an Anuba hound on the planet, but not before whispering his half of the coordinates of the Nexus Route to Ahsoka and insisting they only be shared with the Jedi Council. Tarkin, however, wants his half of the information only to be shared with Chancellor Palpatine, putting the ultimate fate of the Nexus Route in jeopardy if Jedi and the Chancellor cannot figure out their differences. As the Clone Wars rages on, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker persist on a mission to Ando and a raid on Mintuine, where they further forge their bond as warriors and friends in the war.
As rumors of a separatist plot to kidnap Chancellor Palpatine during a diplomatic engagement on Naboo surface, the Jedi Council elects to clandestinely fake the death and assassination of Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi so that he may go under deep cover as a bounty hunter named Reiko Hardeen. This ploy is successful, and perhaps too successful, as Obi-Wan assumes the identity of Hardeen and goes into prison to help be a part of a prison break so that he may acquire the intel to aid the Jedi Order. But his former apprentice and dear friend and brother, Anakin Skywalker, is ragefully mourning the death of his dear friend and former mentor. As the plot for Reiko Hardeen to join this posse that will be up to help kidnap the Chancellor, he is put alongside Cad Bane a deadly test to surmise the efficacy of these bounty hunters called the Box. The box claims the lives of several bounty hunters in the process, but eventually arrives at a suitable lineup to enact this kidnapping. They go to Naboo to kidnap the Chancellor, where the attempt is thwarted by Kenobi with the intel he was able to acquire under deep cover, and results in a second attempt by Count Dooku himself to kidnap his secret master and public-facing political enemy, as Anakin Skywalker and Count Dooku have yet another rematch in the royal halls of Naboo that Dooku narrowly escapes, as Anakin Skywalker's trust in the Jedi Order and even Obi-Wan himself is shaken to its core, as he was not trusted to be within the circle of knowledge to know about what was going on with Obi-Wan. As this is happening, the Separatist Alliance eventually accepts the reality that the Night Sisters of Dathomir are posing a real problem, and knowledge of their assassination attempt on Count Dooku is made known. Dooku dispatches General Grievous and a battalion of droids to lay waste to the Night Sisters of Dathomir, wherein, in a bold final push, the Dathomiri witches resurrect an army of undead sisters to fight back. However, it is not enough, as General Grievous helps lay waste to Dathomir. As Savage Opress searches for his long-lost tribal brother Maul, he eventually finds him on a distant world and is able to bring Maul back onto the galactic stage with the help of Mother Talzin, who helps refortify Maul's body and gives him a new set of legs so that he may go on the warpath to enact revenge against Obi-Wan Kenobi for taking away his destiny to rule at the side of Darth Sidious.
The Clone Wars claim yet another planet as the king of Onderon, Ramses Dendup, fails to choose a side in the ongoing conflict, and a side is chosen for him as the Separatists invade and install a puppet leader, King Sanjay Rash. However, hope is not lost. The son of Mina Bonteri, Lux, as well as a pair of Onderonian siblings, Saw and Steela Guerrera, wage an insurgency on the planet of Onderon that is assisted by Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, Captain Rex, and Obi-Wan Kenobi, who train them and their posse of soldiers to retake Onderon from the droid occupation. This insurgency goes through many trials and tribulations, including the destruction of a power station, after which a droid general called Kalani is sent to reinforce the separatist efforts on Onderon. The Royal Army, led by General Tandon, eventually turns on King Rash, siding with the insurgents and rescuing King Ramses Dendup from a scheduled execution. However, the separatist-backed King Rash sends new HMP droid gunships after the insurgents, which causes Anakin Skywalker to make an unsolicited payment with pirate Hondo Ohnaka for some new missile launchers that Ohnaka then delivers to the insurgents as they retake their planet. The insurgency is incredibly successful, except for an HMP droid gunship crashing and causing leader Steela Guerrera to fall to her death. Her brother, Saw, is incredibly struck by his sister's untimely passing and starts the radicalization process to become a rebel leader, representing Onderon throughout the Clone Wars and beyond. After suffering an embarrassing defeat on the planet of Florum, Maul and his brother Savage Opress are found by Mandalorian Death Watch, led by Pre Vizsla, and Satine's rebellious sister, Bo-Katan. They plot a series of terrorist attacks on Mandalore, led by the major crime syndicates in the galaxy, including Black Sun, the Pike Syndicate, and the Hutts, in which they forcibly take power, being the only ones, quote-unquote, strong enough to take on the terrorists that they were funding and provoking. They install former Prime Minister Almec as their puppet leader in an attempt to get Maul's nemesis, Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, to come to Mandalore and face him, which, of course, Kenobi ends up doing. Kenobi ends up captured by Maul, who has murdered Pre Vizsla and sent Bo-Katan and her squadron of Night Owls into a rage after killing the leader of Death Watch to become the ultimate ruler of Mandalore. Bo-Katan reconciles with her sister and tries to help Obi-Wan Kenobi escape. However, Satine is yet again captured by Maul, who brutally executes her in front of Kenobi. Bo-Katan cries and Obi-Wan Kenobi then escape from Maul's grasp as the city of Sundari sunders under Maul's rule. Darth Sidious, fearing of the power that Maul and his brother Savage Opress possessed, decides to take a leave from Coruscant to go on Mandalore and embarrass Maul and Opress in a duel where he kills Opress and brutally tortures Maul, taking him to a secret base that he has on the planet of Stygian Prime. Back on Coruscant, the Republic is shook as a terrorist attack kills many Jedi and other Republic workers in the Jedi Temple. The attack was conducted inside of a Republic worker's body. This Republic worker was named Jakar Bomani. Bomani was inadvertently fed nanodroids, which basically caused his body to turn into a living bomb. Anakin and Ahsoka investigate these nanodroids tracing, which leads back to Bomani's wife, Letta Termon, who fed Bomani these bombs. She reveals that she was paid to by a Jedi who she tries to name Titano, but unfortunately is force choked by this Jedi. Unfortunately, the Jedi was not seen by anybody else, so the Republic assumes that Ahsoka was the one. Ahsoka is then framed for the attack on the Jedi Temple and is forced to go on the run, receiving help from the fugitive Asajj Ventress in the underworld. Ahsoka is eventually captured, tried, and barred from the Jedi Order and is awaiting a trial for execution. Meanwhile, her master Anakin Skywalker, sensing that something is wrong about the way that this is proceeding, tracks down Tano's friend, Barriss Offee, who he eventually finds had taken Ventress's lightsaber and had actually caused Termon to feed the bombs to her husband and later murder Termon herself as the perpetrator of this attack. Right before Ahsoka is going to be sentenced to death for her involvement in the attack on the Jedi Temple, Anakin reveals Offee as the actual perpetrator behind the attack. Tano is exonerated of all crimes, and Offee is sentenced to life in Republic prison. The Jedi Council afterwards apologizes to Tano, saying that this was her great trial and offering her the rank of knight and to rejoin the Jedi Order. Tano, having lost too much faith in the Jedi Order, declines their offer and walks away from everything she once knew in the Jedi Order. Yoda and Anakin Skywalker traveled to many planets on a galaxy-trotting adventure to stop General Grievous and his new army of what are called megadroids from decimating Republic forces on the front lines. Yoda faces off against the general, while Anakin assists in the destruction of these megadroids.
During a battle towards the tail end of the Clone Wars, the secret inhibitor chip planted into every single clone trooper in the Grand Army of the Republic goes off too early. The clone trooper Tup lashes out and kills Jedi General Tipley. The Jedi Knight Tipley is murdered by Tup as his inhibitor chip activates prematurely, causing him to instigate Order 66 far, far too early. An investigation as to what happened during the battle is launched, wherein the clones start to learn of the fact that there is an inhibitor chip embedded in their minds. Clone Trooper Fives continues to pursue this question as to what's going on, and eventually does uncover the reality that they have been bred, in fact, not to wage a war on behalf of the Republic, but to eventually eradicate the Jedi Order that they have been serving with for the last 3 years. Fives is driven mad during a conversation with Chancellor Palpatine, who needs to assure that his plan is not revealed at this time, and as Fives refuses to lay down his weapon, is shot dead, and the secret of what the Sith have been planning for the Jedi dies with him. As the Jedi Order discovers remnant and a new lead into the mysterious disappearance and presumed death of Jedi Master Sifo Dyas, a new investigation is launched into his fate. It leads Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker to Obadiah, the homeworld of the Pike Syndicate, where they discover that Sifo Dyas was in fact killed by Count Dooku. In this moment, they finally discover that Dooku is not just a fallen Jedi, but that their suspicions all along were correct, that Dooku is the Dark Lord of the Sith, serving at the behest of Darth Sidious. A fight ensues, and the mystery of Sifo Dyas continues to persist. As this is happening, Master Yoda receives a message from beyond from fallen Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn, instructing him to seek out the wellspring of life, a embodiment of the Force, so that he may learn to transcend his physical form after death and become a Force spirit living on after his physical body dies. He goes through a series of trials where he must face a dark version of himself and accept that though he, like all other beings, feel fear, that he is not dominated by it, and he then experiences a vision where he must attempt to stop the fall of the Republic at the hands of Darth Sidious and Count Dooku. During this vision, he encounters a prophetic presentation of the fact that Anakin Skywalker will inevitably fall under the hands of Darth Sidious. Eventually, Yoda accepts that there must be a new way to solve this war and recognizes that there is still hope, no matter what happens, for the legacy of the Jedi. After being captured by Darth Sidious, the fallen Sith Lord Darth Maul is taken as a prisoner to lure out the semi-undead Mother Talzin. Maul is eventually sprung from his imprisonment from the aid of Gar Saxon and Rook Kast, and a skirmish between the remaining Shadow Collective and Darth Sidious and his thralls, Count Dooku and General Grievous, ensues that ultimately results in the death of Mother Talzin, permanently taking her out of the picture as Maul's shattered crime syndicate parts ways, paving the way for his next attempt to coalesce the powers of the underworld into the Crimson Dawn as Maul sets upon his new path of revenge against his former master.
Directly after making the decision to leave the Jedi Order, Ahsoka buys a speeder, which is unfortunately very faulty, and breaks down in the middle of a pathway between all the levels of Coruscant, causing Ahsoka to fall down to level 1313 into the shop of mechanics Trace and Rafa Martez. The Martez sisters are living a tough life ever since their parents were killed in a shootout between the Jedi and Cad Bane, after which Jedi Master Luminara Unduli offered cold comfort to them as they were left to survive in the underworld of Coruscant without the guidance of their parents at a young age. Ahsoka accompanies them as they make a dangerous deal with the Pikes, which becomes even more fraught after Trace accidentally dumps the spice that they were sent to smuggle for the Pikes. They then try to con the Pikes out of the spice, which only ends worse for them as they try to escape from the Pikes. They are found on Obadiah by Bo-Katan and her group of Night Owls, who are recruiting Ahsoka to take on Maul as he continues his despotic rule over the planet Mandalore. Eventually, Ahsoka is forced to reveal that she is a Jedi to Rafa and Trace, or at least a former one, as they manage to successfully escape from the Pikes with their lives back to Coruscant, and Ahsoka goes deeper into the Pike facilities to reveal that they are still working with Maul as he is rebuilding his criminal conglomerate, the Shadow Collective, in an attempt to fortify his defenses on Mandalore. The Republic is losing a major battleground on Anaxes, where the 501st and 212th Legions are stationed with their Jedi generals Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Due to their unfortunate and unexpected losses, a rogue group of clones that have each been genetically modified to fulfill a certain purpose called the Bad Batch, Hunter, Tech, Wrecker, and Crosshair, are sent to Anaxes to reinforce the Republic and go behind enemy lines along with Skywalker and the 501st to figure out exactly why the Republic seems to keep losing. Their quest eventually leads them to the planet of Skako Minor, where they find the captured clone trooper Echo of the 501st Legion, taken captured by the Techno Union many years ago, and who has been rigged up to secretly dispense Republic strategies to separatists and the thought to be dead Admiral Trench, making them dominant over the Republic strategies because they're literally using the Republic's own strategies against them. They rescue Echo and defend the native Poltex from an attack by the Techno Union and its battle droids on Skako Minor before returning to Anaxes and boarding Trench's ship, where Anakin brutally murders Separatist general before they completely shut down a massive bomb that's been implanted in the Anaxes facility by the Separatists and destroy the droids and save Anaxes from Separatist control. After a siege on the planet of Yerbana, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Rex are contacted by Ahsoka, who have teamed up with Lady Bo-Katan and her Night Owls to try to take back the planet of Mandalore from Maul. Anakin and Obi-Wan reunite with Ahsoka very briefly, enough time for Anakin to give her new blue lightsabers before Ahsoka takes Rex and a division of the 501st called the 332nd Division, who've all painted their helmets to look like Ahsoka, go off to Mandalore to engage Death Watch as part of the siege of Mandalore. Anakin and Obi-Wan may have gone to help her, but in the meantime, they receive a call that Coruscant is under attack by the droid General Grievous and that the Chancellor is in danger. And so they rush off to join the battle over Coruscant. Ahsoka and Lady Bo-Katan's forces, along with the 332nd, manage to recapture Sundari from Maul, although Maul remains persistent, especially when he reveals to Ahsoka that he actually wanted Skywalker to confront him on Mandalore so that he could kill the Chosen One, ruining the plans of his master. Ahsoka, when she finds out this information, is shocked and dismayed and does not believe the words of her adversary and rejects his offer to join him, engaging him in a fearsome lightsaber duel, at the end of which Maul is captured and placed in a Force-sensitive proof cage by the Mandalorians, as the Siege of Mandalore is deemed to be a Republic success.
As Ahsoka Tano parts ways with her former master and Obi-Wan Kenobi, the two heroes of the Clone War are called back to Coruscant to aid in a counteroffensive on Coruscant after the Separatist Alliance invades the capital planet and successfully kidnaps Chancellor Palpatine. Eventually, Kenobi and Skywalker make their way into the Separatist capital ship, the Invisible Hand, where Anakin Skywalker faces off with Count Dooku one last time, killing him in cold blood at the behest of Chancellor Palpatine. Eventually, they make it off the Invisible Hand as Anakin Skywalker begins to yet again have prophetic visions of death. Only this time it is of his clandestine wife, Padme Amidala. As Anakin ponders what to do next, Chancellor Palpatine begins to sink his claws even deeper into the young Skywalker. Eventually, he is appointed to the Jedi Council to act as an emissary between the Chancellor and the governing body of the Jedi. And the Chancellor eventually reveals himself to be Darth Sidious and begins to seduce Anakin Skywalker fully to the dark side. Obi-Wan Kenobi is dispatched to the Battle of Utapau, where he confronts and eventually kills General Grievous. Once Skywalker is made aware of the true allegiances of the Chancellor, he reports him to Mace Windu, who takes a strike team of himself, Kit Fisto, Agen Kolar, and Saisi Tin to arrest the Chancellor. The latter three Jedi fall in battle as Mace Windu engages Darth Sidious in a titanic lightsaber duel through the Chancellor's office that ends in Anakin Skywalker being forced to choose between his life as a Jedi and to embrace the power of the dark side. Skywalker chooses to sever Windu's hand as the soon-to-be Emperor proceeds to kill Windu, throwing him from his multi-story window to his death. Darth Sidious eventually activates Order 66, a covert trigger word to enable the clone troopers to turn on their Jedi generals and begin a mass execution of Jedi across the galaxy. Very few survive. Palpatine then implements the final part of his grand plan, and announces the transformation of the Republic into the First Galactic Empire, whilst many senators in the chamber cheer for the demise of the very democracy they swore to protect and serve. During this time, the newly minted Darth Vader leads the 501st Legion into the doors of the Jedi Temple and lays waste to nearly everybody inside. As the carnage continues, Lord Vader is dispatched now to Mustafar to wipe out the separatist leaders and officially make the CIS a defunct, failed political outfit. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Master Yoda learn of Anakin Skywalker's treachery, and as Padme Amidala is made aware of Anakin's betrayal, she follows Anakin to Mustafar to confront him and find the truth out from him. Obi-Wan Kenobi stows away on Padme's ship, and as Anakin Skywalker lashes out and chokes Padme nearly to death, a marathon lightsaber duel in the mineral refinery on Mustafar breaks out between Skywalker and Kenobi. Meanwhile, on Coruscant, Master Yoda goes to confront Darth Sidious, and a battle between the two avatars of the parallel sides of the Force ensues, where Master Yoda decides that he will retreat and choose to fight another day. Kenobi and Skywalker's titanic battle comes to an end as Obi-Wan Kenobi cuts the fledgling Sith Lord to pieces, leaving him for dead on the banks of a lava river where Anakin Skywalker is immolated and Darth Vader is truly born in a medical facility on Coruscant as he is locked away into a permanent prison of cybernetic life support that he now needs to survive, as his lungs have been rendered inoperable and has lost his remaining human limb. On Polis Massa, Padme Amidala gives birth to her twin that she was prophesied to die in childbirth with. A boy named Luke Skywalker and a girl named Leia. Bail Organa, one of the few allies left to the Jedi, adopts the young Leia to raise her as his own, and Luke Skywalker is returned to Anakin's stepbrother, Owen Lars, and his wife, Beru Whitesun, as Obi-Wan Kenobi takes up vigil to guard over the young Skywalker in hopes to raise both of the twins as Jedi one day to restore the order and defeat the newly minted Galactic Empire. As the now captured Maul is being brought back to Coruscant, Order 66 is issued. Aboard the ship, the entirety of Ahsoka Tano's men turn on her and try to kill her. Ahsoka Tano does her best to non-lethally defend herself as she seeks out aid from Maul, breaking him out. As Rex succumbs to Order 66's issuance, he is able to tell her to find Fives, as Ahsoka is able to use the terminal aboard the ship to discover the secret of the inhibitor chip. She is then able to capture Rex and remove his chip as Maul wreaks havoc across the Republic Venator. Things come to a head as Ahsoka and Rex, who has now been relieved of his mind-controlling chip, try to escape the cruiser, but as Darth Maul steals the lone shuttle they could use for escape, Ahsoka and Rex are forced to narrowly survive the crashing of this Venator as the destruction Maul has wreaked upon it causes it to crash into orbit. Every single clone aboard the ship, save for Rex, dies tragically, without able to make the choices they themselves would have made, completely under the control of the Emperor. Ahsoka Tano lays the bodies to rest alongside with Rex, erecting a monument to all of the fallen clones. Darth Vader eventually finds the wreckage and finds Ahsoka Tano's discarded lightsabers, assuming she, like the rest of the people aboard this Republic cruiser, are dead.
Immediately after being resurrected as the Sith Lord Darth Vader, Anakin Skywalker endures immense pain and suffering after figuring out that his wife, Padme Amidala, is dead. Darth Vader undergoes a spiritual transformation as he goes on the first few missions assigned to him by his new master, Darth Sidious, in the first days of the Galactic Empire. He forges a new red lightsaber with a crystal taken by force from a Jedi who took what is known as the Barash vow, which is a voluntary self-exile of a Jedi thinks that their time with the Jedi has been faulty for some reason. The Jedi in question is Kirik Infala, and Vader cuts down Infala in cold blood. He then goes to bleed the lightsaber crystal of Infala and faces dark visions of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Padme Amidala, and several others from his past. While observing the Jedi archives, Vader found another who had been chosen to serve the Emperor as he had, who wanted to usurp him of his power, and who thought that he was the Emperor's right man. Vader and this figure dueled it out before Palpatine entered, and revealed that this man was a former Jedi who Sidious had chosen under Vader to lead an organization called the Inquisitorius, a group of former Jedi who've turned to the dark side, whose main goal is to hunt down and destroy any remaining Jedi that were not killed by Order 66. The Inquisitorius are assigned under Darth Vader, who ruthlessly takes control of their operations. One of the first being the hunting of Jedi librarian Jocasta Nu. Nu is incensed by the Empire's defiling of the ancient tomes and scrolls that are in the Jedi archives, and although she knows it is not safe for a Jedi like her to be around, she arms up and gets everything from the Jedi archives she can, including a gun that was powered by some of the same technologies that was in a lightsaber. Unfortunately for Nu, this technology was not enough, and she was ruthlessly slaughtered by Darth Vader and the Inquisitorius.
Also, at the end of the war, Clone Force 99, also known as the Bad Batch, now serving the Republic alongside former member of the 501st Legion Echo, arrive at the scene of a battle led by Jedi Master Depa Billaba and her Padawan, Caleb Dume. As the Bad Batch aids in this war effort, Order 66 is issued, and the clone troopers serving under Billaba turn on her and her Padawan. Due to the mutations in the Bad Batch, most of their chips do not activate, save for Crosshair, as the Batch is left confused as to what is happening as the clones gun down their Jedi generals. Crosshair pursues Caleb Dume as Hunter allows Dume to escape. The clones are recalled to Kamino, where they realize that the Galactic Republic has been reorganized into the Empire after the attempted coup by the Jedi, or so the newly minted Emperor Palpatine claims. They are immediately sent on a mission by the newly minted Grand Moff Wilif Tarkin to eliminate separatist forces on the planet of Onderon. Instead, they run into newly adapted rebel forces led by once Republic ally Saw Gerrera. The Batch refuses to murder a longtime ally of the Republic and returns to Kamino. Clone Force 99 then meets a young female clone named Omega, one of the few clones who has not had their DNA tampered with and is aging at a normal rate. Eventually, Clone Force 99 escapes from Kamino alongside Omega as Crosshair chooses to ally with the Galactic Empire. The Bad Batch joins forces with Cut Lawquane, the deserter clone trooper living on Seleucami, as he helps them escape the clutches of the Empire as they are chased by their former brothers across the galaxy. In their adventures across the galaxy on the run from the Galactic Empire, Clone Force 99 runs into the Martez sisters under the employ of Captain Rex as they work to escape a crumbling battle droid factory on the planet of Corellia. Eventually, on Braca, Crosshair and a squad of clone troopers catch up to the Bad Batch and attempt to flush them out by any means necessary. As their pursuit across the galaxy continues, a conflict on Ryloth as the burgeoning Ryloth resistance movement begins to take form now against the Empire that they once allied with during its days as a republic. Eventually, Hunter is captured by the Galactic Empire and is taken back to Kamino, where a daring rescue is launched by Clone Force 99 that ends with Topoka City being annihilated by the Galactic Empire, permanently solidifying that the clones are on borrowed time.
DT-9904, also known as Crosshair, ventures deeper and deeper into Imperial ranks, even teaming up with an old friend from the Clone Wars, CC-2224, also known as Commander Cody, on a mission to the planet Desix to apprehend a holdout separatist cell.
It is a hard-fought battle to get to the magistrate of Desix, Tawny Ames, who was one of the sponsors of the peace agreement on the Separatist side put forth by Separatist Senator Mina Bonteri and Republic Senator Padme Amidala. But eventually, as Cody has some doubts about executing the magistrate for seemingly political disagreements, Crosshair steps in and takes the life instead. Shortly after, Commander Cody is reported as going AWOL. A clone trooper named Slip finds out about the bombardment of Tapoka City on Kamino and decides to take up his knowledge with the man responsible for overseeing it, Vice Admiral Rampart. Rampart indeed does listen and summarily ignores it, as this was an order he was given by his superior, Wilhuff Tarkin. The Empire then sends a mysterious clone assassin called Clone X to chase Slip as he runs from the Empire through the underworld. Slip garners support from Pantoran Senator Rai Ochuchi, who, along with Alderaan Senator Bail Organa, works to fight for the clones as the Empire seems to transition away from a clone army. Eventually, Slip dies by the hand of Clone X, but not before Senator Chuchi is able to meet up with a contact of Slip's, Captain Rex, on Coruscant. Rex calls in Clone Force 99, Wrecker, Tech, Hunter, Omega, and Echo, to assist him in stealing data from Vice Admiral Rampart's Star Destroyer that indicates that Rampart and the Empire knew and were involved in the bombardments of Tapoka City. This mission goes off extremely successfully, along with Omega and Senator Chuchi trying to convince Kaminoan Senator Hallie Bertoni to testify against the Empire. Unfortunately, as it seems like funding for a new recruit army is about to fail, suddenly the Chancellor, now Emperor's podium, rises up. Palpatine gives a stirring speech blaming Vice Admiral Rampart for bombarding Tapoka City and blaming the clone troopers that served under him for not questioning a treasonous decision by Vice Admiral Rampart, throwing them under the bus and suggesting that a recruit army might be more loyal, effectively killing any shot that Rex and the Batch and their allies had of killing the new recruit army and ushering in the new era of the Storm Trooper. After the destruction of Kamino, Nala Se and Lama Su are both taken to a secret Imperial facility on the planet of Wayland called Mount Tantus. Mount Tantus is where the Empire, and Palpatine specifically, are designing new macabre experiments designed to reach the limits of science under the guide of Imperial Science Minister Royce Hemlock. The Bad Batch gets a distress call about one of these facilities in which they find a clone of the thought-to-be-deceased Zillo Beast, leading them to more questions about exactly what the Empire is planning with their cloning operations. On the planet of Barton 4, Crosshair is reassigned after the Desix mission to reinforce a battered group of clone troopers led by the disgruntled soldier Mayday. Mayday and his troops are working under the incredibly derisive Lieutenant Nolan on the planet of Barton 4, and Crosshair begins to form a bond with Mayday while they're trying to recapture gear that was stolen from the base by pirates. They soon realized that this gear that they were retrieving was gear for their replacements, shortly after which Crosshair saves Mayday from an oncoming avalanche. Crosshair brings Mayday back to the Barton 4 base, where Lieutenant Nolan refuses medical care for the battered clone trooper and lets him die. Crosshair is incensed by this and shoots Lieutenant Nolan down in cold blood. Crosshair is then taken to Mount Tantus on Wayland to be used by Dr. Hemlock in his ongoing experimentations. The Bad Batch's friend and ally, Fee Genoa, reveals to them a sanctuary world that she often visits and is home to many refugees who've had to escape from the Clone Wars and the wrath of the Empire, called Pabu. A once-in-30 years tsunami ravages Pabu, and the Batch must get everybody on the island to safety. But compared to some of their other problems they've been going through, this was a comparably easy task, and it looks like the Batch may have a future on Pabu. Unfortunately, Crosshair manages to send out a distress call from Mount Tantus to the Bad Batch, causing the Bad Batch to mobilize to rescue their long-lost brother, but they have limited data on exactly where Mount Tantus is. So to gather more data, they infiltrate an Imperial summit on Grand Moff Lilhuff Tarkin's home planet of Eriadu. On Eriadu, the Batch successfully gets inside the Imperial facility, but is foiled by a separate rebel group led by Saw Gerrera, who intend to blow up the facility. Their demolitions tactics foil the Bad Batch's plan as they are stuck on an air tram going from Tarkin's facility to a nearby mountain. Pinned down by Imperial soldiers on both sides and unable to properly fix the tram car, the Bad Batch's member Tech sacrifices himself to get the rest of the batch over to safety, but falling to his death as he does so. In the aftermath of this, the Bad Batch reluctantly returns to Ord Mantell, where their old employer Sid rats them out to Dr. Hemlock and the Empire, and although Hunter, Wrecker, and Echo are able to escape, Omega is captured by the Empire and taken to Mount Tantus, where it is revealed that she has a sister named Emery Carr. On the planet of Raya, Ahsoka Tano adjusts to life now outside of the Jedi Order, and where being a Jedi is a social taboo and potentially dangerous. She gets involved with a local farmers movement fighting back against Imperial oppression, led by the sisters Kaden and Miara Lart. Eventually, word of this movement spreads to the Empire and to the Inquisitor's sixth brother, who captured Kaden in a raid, forcing Ahsoka to mount a daring rescue and reveal her Force sensitivity. Ahsoka engages in a brutal battle with the sixth brother, eventually killing him and taking his lightsaber, whose crystal she eventually purifies from red to white. Ahsoka then joins up with Alderaanian Senator Bail Organa in his growing resistance movement against the Empire in the years to come.
As the Empire begins to tighten its grip on the galaxy, an unlikely duo begin to rise through the ranks of the Imperial Navy. A young man from an Outer Rim backwater world named Eli Vanto joins forces with the Chiss newcomer to the Galactic Empire, Mithron Neurodo, otherwise known as Thrawn. As Thrawn and Vanto rise through the ranks, albeit at different paces, Thrawn becomes engaged in a long-term conflict with a rebel named Night Swan. Thrawn's journey of rising through the ranks of the Empire is paralleled by Lothal citizen Arinda Price, who claws her way to the top of the Imperial hierarchy on the Outer Rim world, eventually becoming its governor. She meets now Admiral Thrawn, and together they work together to foil a rebel uprising on the planet of Batone. As Thrawn eventually defeats and unmoors Night Swan's resistance movement, he is then promoted to the rank of Grand Admiral. Even though many civilians perished in the brutal war in Batone, something that was caused by Price's interference with good Grand Admiral's ingenious strategies. As Eli Vanto parts ways with the Empire to join the military outfit Thrawn originated from, the Chiss Ascendancy. Meanwhile, a rebellion is beginning to form on Ryloth, led by Cham Syndulla, to fight back against the Empire's enslavement of the Twi'lek people in the name of harvesting spice for the Empire. During a routine visit from the Emperor and Lord Vader, their shuttle is shot down, and Darth Vader is forced to defend his Emperor through a gauntlet. Rebels who would want nothing more than to bring the newly minted Emperor to his knees, and creatures from the planet of Ryloth there to feast upon them. Eventually, Vader kills almost all of Cham Syndulla's men and is further cemented as a Dark Lord of the Sith, completely enveloped in his anger and hatred.
As a reward for his continuing service to the dark side and his emperor, Darth Vader is given a choice of sanctuary planet from his master. He chooses the planet of Mustafar, which was he had his last defeat, to establish what he begins to call Fortress Vader. He gains help from an old haunted Sith mask containing the spirit of the long-dead Sith Lord Momin, which he places onto various figures on Mustafar
for Momin to possess,
promising Vader that upon completion of this fortress, he would be able to reunite with his long-lost wife, Padme Amidala. This promise, however, was a ruse for Momin to try and take control of a creation that he could never see in his own lifetime, but hopefully in his cursed after-death state in the helmet could rule over himself. Vader eventually goes through a vision of trying to get Padme to join him, which ultimately fails. He destroys Momin, but keeps Fortress Vader as a testament to his misery and suffering that he has endured on this planet.
In the streets of Corellia, two young scrum rats under the employ of Lady Proxima attempt a daring escape, Han and Kira. As they try to get away from their enslavement to Lady Proxima, they take coaxium, the crucial element in creating hyperfuel, to try to buy their freedom and get off-world. After a thrilling chase, Han and Kira are separated as Kira implores Han to make his way to freedom. Han, taking the first opportunity to get off-world that he can, chooses to enlist in the Imperial Navy, taking the last name Solo. Han Solo makes his way to Mimban, where he encounters Tobias Beckett and his crew trying to acquire a AT hauler for a heist on the world of Vandor. Han jumps at the opportunity to walk away from the Imperial military and join Beckett's crew. Beckett sells Han out to the Imperials to throw them off his own scent, and he is then cast into a pit where he is to be executed and feasted upon by a Wookiee named Chewbacca. Eventually, Han and Chewie escape from their imprisonment and join Beckett on their heist on Vandor. While on this heist, things go horribly south, and Beckett's lover, Val, valiantly gives her life, as well as their other comrade, Rio Durant, as they lose their coaxium shipment they were meant to acquire for Crimson Dawn, and are forced to parley with Dryden Voss, their emissary from Crimson Dawn, to figure out a new way to obtain this coaxium. Eventually, Han is reunited with Kira, who now works as Dryden Voss's right hand, as they attempt a daring heist on the world of Kessel under the nose of the Pike Syndicate to acquire said coaxium. In this effort, they enlist the help of one Lando Calrissian and his ship, the Millennium Falcon. Once the Falcon arrives on Kessel, they stage a prison riot to help spread the Pikes thin, as they are able to lift the coaxium from the planet, and Han is forced to attempt the Kessel Run, a dangerous trek through a nebula just outside of Kessel, successfully crash landing on Savareen, where they are then again attacked by Enfys Nest and her Cloud Riders, the Marauders who instigated the failed attempt on their first heist. Eventually, they realize that Enfys Nest and her Cloud Riders are yet another fledgling rebel cell, and Han decides to give them the coaxium, as they will use it for much better purposes than Crimson Dawn. Once confronted by Dryden Voss for this betrayal, and then doubly betrayed by Tobias Beckett, who sells them out to Voss, Kira leaps into action to save Han Solo's life, killing Dryden Voss, at which point she must now answer to the head of Crimson Dawn, Maul. As Han and Chewie escape, they decide to have a rematch with Lando Calrissian in a Sabacc game that Calrissian cheated on back on Vandor to now win the Millennium Falcon for Solo's own purposes. And now Han Solo and Chewbacca become notorious smugglers and decide that they're going to take on a job from a big-time gangster on the world of Tatooine, as many, many adventures between this duo begin.
In the aftermath of the exchange on Savareen, Enfys Nest gives some of the coaxium that was given to her by Han Solo to another rebel leader in Saw Gerrera and a young orphan who is brought along named Jyn Erso. On the world of Tatooine, Obi-Wan Kenobi waits patiently for the new hopes of the galaxy, Leia Organa on the planet of Alderaan, and Luke Skywalker under his nose on the planet of Tatooine, to grow up and become the galactic heroes they're destined to be. A chase with another former Jedi named Nari brings the Inquisitorius to town. Nari manages to find Kenobi, who encourages him to bury any remnants of his Jedi past Nari refuses and is later hung by the Inquisitorius after they find and execute him. Meanwhile, an increasingly ambitious Inquisitor, titled the Third Sister, actually named Reva Savander, has an urge to gain more power in the Inquisitorius and tries to lure Kenobi out by kidnapping the daughter of one of his main allies, Bail Organa, not realizing that Organa is actually the daughter of Anakin Skywalker, making Kenobi's rescue even more important. Bail Organa personally asks Obi-Wan to go rescue Leia from the clutches of the Empire, and Obi-Wan picks up his lightsaber for the first time in a decade to go and rescue the young Skywalker child. He proceeds to the planet of Dayu, where Leia was last seen, and eventually frees the young Skywalker child from her kidnappers with the help of a con man who masquerades as a Jedi named Haja Estri. After rescuing Leia, Obi-Wan is confronted by Savander, who tells him that his former Padawan, Anakin Skywalker, who he thought he killed on Mustafar, is actually alive and is Darth Vader. They then go to the planet of Mapuzo, where they're promised safe refuge. They eventually meet up with a woman who works for an organization called the Hidden Path, whose goal is to shepherd Force-sensitive children hunted by the Empire to safety away from its grasp. This woman's name is Tala Durith, and she promises to get Obi-Wan and Leia to the Path base on the planet of Jabim. After catching a ride with an Imperial loyalist named Freck, Obi-Wan and Leia get to a Path safe house on Mapuzo. Unfortunately, right on their heels is Darth Vader, seething and ready to capture and kill his former master, however necessary. Vader ruthlessly slaughters many of the citizens in the small village on Mapuzo to provoke Kenobi into facing him, which eventually he does. As Leia and Tala are running through a tunnel to get to a rendezvous point where they'll meet somebody from the Hidden Path to take them to the safe house, Leia convinces Tala to go help Kenobi instead. Kenobi confronts his former Padawan and is absolutely embarrassed by Vader, crumbling under attacks by his former Padawan, both physical and mental. Vader uses this defeat to drag Obi-Wan Kenobi through a fire that he started, torturing him just like his master did 10 years prior. Obi-Wan is saved from this torture by Tala, who gets him out of there, but unfortunately the same cannot be said for Leia, whose path is intercepted by Reva, and she is taken to Fortress Inquisitorius on the planet Nur. Obi-Wan and Tala, along with several members of the Hidden Path, launch a daring rescue of Leia, where due to several distractions set off by both him and Tala Durith, Obi-Wan successfully rescues Leia from the clutches of the Empire, and Obi-Wan and the Path take Leia back to their home base on the planet of Jabim, unaware that the Empire is tracking them through Leia's droid, Lola. The Empire leads an assault on Jabim as soon as Obi-Wan and Leia get there, and launches one of the first full-scale battles of what would later come to be known as the Galactic Civil War against the Hidden Path. Many soldiers on both sides are killed, including Tala, who sacrifices herself to facilitate Leia's escape from Imperial troops that are closing in. Reva, who Obi-Wan learns to be a former Jedi youngling who was struck down by Vader but survived off of her hatred and anger. Kenobi convinces Reva to turn against Vader, which fails as he leaves her for dead a second time. But this buys enough time for Obi-Wan and the rest of the Path that is still alive to escape on a shuttle. Mercilessly pursued by the Empire, Obi-Wan makes a plan to give himself up and face Vader one last time, which he does on an unnamed rocky moon. The Path successfully gets Leia back to Alderaan as Kenobi duels Vader, initially losing, but pulling out his hope in the children to pull out an unexpected victory against the Dark Lord of the Sith. He tries to coax his former apprentice back to the light, but fails due to Vader proclaiming that Obi-Wan did not kill Anakin Skywalker. He did. Obi-Wan solemnly leaves his Padawan on the unnamed rocky moon, refusing to extend the cycle of violence that he and his Padawan had already been perpetuating. He returns to Tatooine to find Reva hunting the young Luke Skywalker, having seen a hologram message from Bail Organa that explains the hidden role of the twins. She is about to strike the young Skywalker down when her better instincts intervene, and she brings the young Skywalker back to his aunt and uncle on their homestead. Obi-Wan comforts Reva and tells her that there is still a path to redemption for her, which she accepts. Obi-Wan wanders back into the desert and sees a spirit of his former master, Qui-Gon Jinn, explaining that they have much to do as they work on a training for Kenobi of learning to maintain his physical form after death and take on the form of a Force ghost. Obi-Wan has many other adventures watching over Luke over the years, but none specifically catching the Empire's eye, but protecting him and friends from local Tusken Raider attacks, from bounty hunter attempts, including by the Wookiee bounty hunter Chrysanthemum, and various other hijinks. Luke is growing up on Tatooine. Han Solo and Chewbacca make it to Tatooine, where they start working for Daimyo Jabba the Hutt and his crime syndicate. They go on a mission with a bounty hunter, also in Jabba's employ, named Greedo, as they try to steal an urn that contains the ashes of one of the Hutt's foremost enemies. In this adventure, Han is approached by a man who claims to be his father, but is actually just a con man trying to get Han into an inner circle to further his own gains. Eventually, Solo and Chewbacca manage to, through many trials and tribulations, get the urn, which also contained the head of once infamous droid revolutionary Ajax Sigma, ensuring their good graces in the Hutt cartel, at least for a time.
A young man named Casa is adopted from the world of Kenari after the Confederacy of Independent Systems causes a mass casualty event on the world. The young Casa would eventually grow up to be one Cassian Andor, the son of two revolutionaries who live on the world of Ferrix. Cassian would spend the majority of his life trying to find his long-lost sister, whom he was separated with when he was rescued from Kenari. This search would cause him to become a man on the run from the law of the Empire after he guns down two Corpo servicemen and is then offered a role in the clandestine insurgent movement being led from the shadows by one Luthen Rael, a man high up in the imperial aristocracy who by day is a finder of rare antiquities and by night is funding the burgeoning rebellion. This offer would lead Cassian Andor to join up with a group of insurgents in the world of Aldhani, where he would take part in a daring heist for a lump sum of Imperial credits, dealing the first of many blows to the Empire publicly, proving that despite the immense power of the Galactic Empire, it is not invincible. Meanwhile, Imperial Senator Mon Mothma of Chandrila collaborates with Rael on starting the rebellion in complete secrecy. Even as her own husband and daughter praise the virtues of the fascist government, Mothma tries to work within the system to fight for the ordinary people in the galaxy, but slowly realizes that the system itself disincentivizes such radical change. At the same time, on Lothal, Ezra Bridger, also the son of revolutionaries, leads a life of solitude, not knowing what has ever truly happened to his parents after they were disappeared by the Empire. The young Bridger is found by the crew of the Ghost, a motley band of rebels who have been aiding the downtrodden of the galaxy. Leading the crew is the surviving Caleb Doom, who now goes by Kanan Jarrus, and Cham Syndulla's daughter, Hera. Jarrus Syndulla and her droid C-110P, also known as Chopper, along with one of the sole survivors of the Imperial genocide of the Lasan, Garazeb Aurelios, as well as a fiery Mandalorian ex-Imperial named Sabine Wren, constitute the crew of Hera's ship, the Ghost. Kanan Jarrus reveals himself as a Jedi in an attempt to spring Wookiee slaves from the grasp of the Empire. Ezra Bridger joins the Ghost crew, and upon discovering that Ezra is able to tap into the power of the Force, Kanan Jarrus, a man who never truly finished his own Jedi training, takes Ezra as his own Padawan. The Ghost Crew run into a host of colorful characters throughout the galaxy, including C-3PO and R2-D2, who are working in disguise in the employ of Alderaanian Senator Bail Organa, and Lando Calrissian, who after losing the Millennium Falcon tries to recoup his losses in an investment in puffer pigs on Lothal. As Ezra begins to discover his connection to the Force, they are tracked down by the Grand Inquisitor and are chased across the galaxy until Kanan Jarrus himself is captured and is attempted to be taken to Fortress Inquisitorius, where the Ghost Crew rescue him. Ezra Bridger and Kanan Jarrus face off with the Grand Inquisitor one final time, resulting in the death of the Grand Inquisitor and the discovery that Fulcrum, a secret agent in the employ of the rebels, who has been feeding them information, has actually been one Ahsoka Tano all along, as the Ghost Crew realizes that they are but one of a vast network of rebels seeking to unseat the evil Galactic Empire. On her 16th birthday, Princess Leia celebrates her Day of Demand and also becomes suspicious of her parents' recently flightly behavior and discovers their involvement in the growing Rebel Alliance and demands to join their cause despite their concern for her safety. And once they relent and allow Leia to join them, the Rebel Alliance gains one of its most pivotal players yet.
Fearing that the Ghost Crew has been elevated from simple insurgents to a wider threat, the Empire sends Darth Vader to Lothal to squeeze it until someone reveals the whereabouts of the rebels. Vader absolutely decimates the Phoenix Squadron under the command of Commander Jun Sato, who recently allied up with the Ghost Crew. When in the midst of the battle, Vader and his former Padawan Ahsoka Tano sense each other for the first time in over a decade, realizing that both of them are still alive. Seeing that the burgeoning rebellion needs as much help as it can get, Ahsoka sends several members of the Ghost Crew down to the planet Selos, where 3 ex-clone troopers are living in exile: Captain Rex, Commander Wolf, and Commander Gregor. Wolf's inhibitor chip accidentally goes off, causing him to contact the Empire, who ambushed the rebels in a small skirmish on Selos, but they successfully defeat the Empire and convince Captain Rex, although not the 2 others, to join the wider rebellion. While investigating an abandoned Haven-class medical facility, Jedi Padawan Ezra Bridger and fellow member of the Ghost Crew Sabine Wren are ambushed by 2 Inquisitors, the 5th brother and the 7th sister. They briefly capture the young rebels before being rescued by their fellow crew member Garazeb Aurelius. On another mission, Ezra, Kanan, and Ahsoka run into 5th brother and 7th sister yet again while trying to rescue Force-sensitive children from the grip of the Empire. Ezra and Kanan struggle against the 2 Inquisitors, but then Ahsoka arrives and handily defeats them both before letting them go to rescue more Force-sensitive children. Ezra's journey leads him back to Lothal, where he learns of the death of his parents in a prison riot inspired by a speech he sent on the planet of Lothal. Leia bonds with the rebel crew as she cleverly tricks the Empire into giving the rebels the ship. Former Mandalorian Sabine Wren convinces the Ghost Crew to venture back into Mandalorian territory to perhaps seek allies against the Empire. Instead, Ghost leader Hera Syndulla is mercilessly injured by the protector of Concord Dawn, Fen Rao. Most Mandalorians have turned their loyalty to the Empire in the wake of the government's developments, and Kanan and Sabine go to the planet of Concord Dawn to try to extract some more information and exact a little bit of revenge on Rao for the injuring of their crew member. They end up capturing Rao, one of the first minor victories for the Ghost Crew, as they have him now as a bargaining chip to use in the upcoming conflict. While lost in deep space, the Ghost Crew uncovers a mining guild facility that extracts highly valuable Clauson-36 gas, and surrounding the facilities are flying whales called Purgil, which help the ordinary people of the galaxy develop hyperspace technology. Ezra learns to connect with these Purgils with his natural inclination to connect with the living force, creating a bond with them. The Ghost Crew goes back to Imperial-controlled Ryloth, where Hera Syndulla deals with her rocky relationship with her father Cham after her mother's death several years ago in the Resistance. Also accompanying Cham is his lieutenant Gobi Glee and Numa, who was once rescued by the Republic as a young child on Ryloth. Numa, Cham, and Gobi temporarily betray the Ghost crew to achieve their own planetary goals on Ryloth, though later decide to join up with the larger rebellion. In a Jedi temple on Lothal, Kanan, Ezra, and Ahsoka are tracked by Fifth Brother and the Seventh Sister, where they all must face their various trials. Ezra speaking to the exiled Grandmaster Yoda on Dagobah, Ahsoka facing her former master and the specter of what he has become, and Kanan facing his fear and finally becoming a Jedi Knight, knighted by a spirit of the deceased Grand Inquisitor. Shortly after, the rebels find a new planet for a base, the planet of Atollon, and they quickly manage to establish a base on the planet. Complications arise when a local group of Krykna spiders threaten their expansion on the planet, but they quickly learn how to deal with these spiders as Ezra, Kanan, and Ahsoka prepare to heed advice from Yoda and go to the planet of Malachor. They venture to the planet of Malachor, where long ago an ancient battle between the Jedi and Sith was fought, leading to the detonation of a superweapon which petrified all on the planet. There they discover an old hermit on the planet who is revealed to be the exiled Maul, after having too many run-ins with the Empire who fled to Malachor. Maul is being tracked by yet another Inquisitor, the Eighth Brother, and the Fifth Brother, Seventh Sister also follow suit to engage the two Jedi and one former Jedi on the world of Malachor. Ezra starts to fall under Maul's sway as Maul offers guidance and mentorship to the young Jedi Padawan as they reach the top of the temple and grab a Sith holocron at the top of it. He then separately murders the Fifth Brother and Seventh Sister in cold blood and causes the Eighth Brother to fall to his death when his lightsaber shorts out, causing him to fall into the depths of Malachor. Ahsoka is eventually confronted in the center of the temple by Darth Vader, who confronts his Padawan in a heated lightsaber duel. She closes the temple door to leave Ezra and Kanan out of this. Ezra and the newly blinded Kanan in an encounter with Maul as she duels her former master one last time. She is presumed missing as Maul escapes from Malachor and as the rebels come back licking their wounds to fight another day.
As we reunite with the Ghost crew, the newly blinded Kanan Jarrus is doing his best to keep tabs on his Padawan Ezra Bridger, as Ezra slowly starts to venture closer and closer to the dark side of the Force. As the rebels regroup on the world of Atollon on Chopper Base, Kanan Jarrus for the first time encounters the Bendu, a supernatural being of the Force that straddles both the light and the dark side. As the pressure to close in on the Phoenix group of rebels, one Grand Admiral Thrawn is brought in to the fold alongside Arinda Price to close in on the rebels. Newly liberated from his solitude on Malachor, no longer Darth, just Maul, takes the Ghost crew hostage and forces Ezra Bridger to fuse a Jedi and Sith holocron, revealing the location of Obi-Wan Kenobi to Maul, sending him on a tailspin hell-bent on revenge. Hera Syndulla reunites with her father Cham on her homeworld of Ryloth as they go on the warpath to recover her family's Kalikori from the Grand Admiral. Thrawn, using his unique ability to discern the strategies and behavior of a culture based on its art, allows this small victory to take place, seeing as Hera is forced to blow up her childhood home to make a desperate escape. On the world of Agamar, Kanan Jarrus, Ezra Bridger, Garazeb Aurelios, Captain Rex, and Chopper find themselves trapped, having to face off against Kalani, the tactical droid in the service of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, who led separatist forces in the Battle of Onderon, who demanded to have one final battle against the separatist forces. As the battle rages on yet again, with clone troopers and Jedi on one side and separatist battle droids on the other, eventually the two factions ally with one another to help fend off an Imperial attack, allowing our heroes to get away. As this Cold War period continues, The revelation of the existence of the Imperial Super Commandos, a group of Mandalorians who are sympathetic to the cause of the Empire, emerge as a new foe for Phoenix Squadron, led by one of Maul's former lieutenants, Gar Saxon. With this new wrinkle comes a new ally. The Mandalorian Fen Rao, in this conflict, chooses to defect to the side of the Rebel Alliance. It is discovered that one Agent Callus has taken up the codename of Fulcrum and has been funneling intel to the Rebel Alliance. He will become a valuable asset to the larger rebellion in the times to come. After a brief adventure on Dathomir reclaiming the Darksaber for Sabine Wren, the Ghost Crew find themselves allied with Saw Gerrera, going to the now nearly dead world of Geonosis, investigating rumors of an Imperial superweapon. While on Geonosis, they realize the Geonosian people have been wiped out in the names of keeping secret their involvement in the construction of the clandestine Death Star. With the introduction of the Imperial Super Commandos and Sabine Wren's new ownership of the Darksaber, Sabine decides that she's going to use her privilege as the owner of the legendary lightsaber to form a powerful coalition to stand against the Empire. Gar Saxon becomes aware of the Ghost Crew's presence and launches an assault on them. In the ensuing battle, Gar Saxon challenges Sabine Wren for the right to wield the Darksaber. In the melee, Sabine Wren is victorious as Ursa Wren fires a killing blow, putting down the Mandalorian Imperial loyalist, as Sabine Wren becomes the reigning owner of the Darksaber. In this time, Sabine Wren takes a leave of absence from the Ghost Crew to stay with her family. After publicly condemning the Gorman massacre in the Imperial Senate, Mon Mothma flees from Coruscant to preserve her own life now that the Empire has dubbed her an undesirable. As the Ghost Crew smuggles Mothma to safety, she openly declares war on the Galactic Empire in orbit of Dantooine, officially coalescing publicly with no ambiguity the alliance to restore the Republic, officially beginning the Galactic Civil War. After the revelation of Obi-Wan Kenobi's location, Maul treks to Tatooine, hell-bent on putting down the man who took everything from him. Ezra Bridger follows closely behind, wanting to intervene and protect the exiled Kenobi. Eventually, after wandering the desert, going mad from the heat, Maul comes across his old rival. Obi-Wan demands that Ezra stand aside and allow him to handle the situation, and once Obi-Wan becomes aware that Darth Maul knows exactly what he is doing on Tatooine, Obi-Wan is forced to finally put down the man who he has been facing for the better part of 2 decades. As Maul dies, convinced that Kenobi's charge is the chosen one, Obi-Wan lays him to rest and looks over at the Lars homestead, seeing Luke Skywalker, knowing that their best shot at taking out the Galactic Empire is soon to join the fray. After the official declaration of war by the Alliance to restore the Republic, Grand Admiral Thrawn lays siege to Atollon, seeking to destroy Chopper Base and the rebels living within. With Senator Mothma having refused support to the rebels defending Chopper Base, Ezra Bridger ventures back into Mandalorian territory to convince Sabine and Clan Wren to lend some of their forces to the rebels. They reluctantly agree, and Sabine and Ezra lead Rebel and Mandalorian troops against the Empire. Unfortunately, this is still not enough to stop the overwhelming strength of Thrawn's 7th Fleet. The ensuing battle leads to the death of Commander Sato, and eventually, Kanan is able to rouse the support of the Bendu, who aids in repelling the Empire's forces, while also destroying a few rebel ships, maintaining his neutrality in the flow of the cosmic force. As the rebels escape from Atollon, leaving behind Chopper Base, as Thrawn is made aware of a prophecy foretelling his own defeat, of many arms surrounding him in a cold embrace.
A smuggler is intercepted in hyperspace by an interdictor cruiser under the command of Darth Vader. Vader brings this smuggler and his droid ZOE3 to his sanctuary planet of Mustafar because this smuggler is a descendant of Lord Dorwyn Corvax and his wife, Lady Corvax. Vader wants the smuggler's help to utilize a device on Mustafar called the Bright Star, which he thinks will allow him to once again reach his wife, Padme Amidala, from beyond the grave. The smuggler, however, rebels and instead destroys the Bright Star, which thousands of years ago turned the lush green Mustafar into a hellish lavascape. And by destroying it, the Korvax descendant smuggler starts the planetary healing process on Mustafar, though it will take many thousands of years for the planet to fully heal from the damage inflicted by the creation of the Bright Star. Kanan and Ezra accompany Sabine Wren back to her original home planet of Mandalore in an attempt to, with her mother and brother, rescue her father Ulrich from an Imperial prison where he's been kept for many years as leverage over his wife, the Countess Ursa, and respective family. Their mission to rescue him is foiled by a weapon that Sabine was forced to help design for the Empire long ago called the Duchess, which acts as a conductor to Beskar and rapidly heats up the Beskar, turning the Mandalorians' armor against them. Clan Wren is then assisted by the leader of Clan Kryze, Lady Bo-Katan, who after the Siege of Mandalore was trying to find any way to get back to an honorable Mandalore. The uniting of clans Wren and Kryze and Bo-Katan's Night Owls catch the eye of Imperial aristocrat Tiber Saxon, brother of the late Gar Saxon, who Grand Admiral Thrawn has tasked with overseeing operations on Mandalore. Sabine and Bo-Katan, along with help from Ezra Bridger and Kanan Jarrus, manage to destroy the Duchess, and Sabine hands the Darksaber over to Bo-Katan, seeing that it is her who should lead Mandalore against the Empire, and not Sabine, who is relatively inexperienced as a leader. Kanan, Ezra, Sabine, and Chopper then land on Yavin 4, the new homeworld of the Rebel Alliance. Immediately, they are brought into briefings with the now Rebel Alliance officer, Callus, as well as Mon Mothma and various other Rebel leaders like Jan Dodonna. They are interrupted, however, with a hologram message from Saw Gerrera, who furiously debates Mon Mothma over hologram about how a rebellion against the Empire should be conducted. Mon Mothma then sends the Ghost crew on a mission to the planet of Jalindi to install a spike in a valuable transmissions relay on the planet so that the Rebel Alliance can monitor Imperial transitions and know what they're doing before they do it. The mission goes extremely well until Gerrera himself intervenes, having gotten much of the same intel as Mothma, and decides to destroy the relay instead. Gerrera then takes Ezra and Sabine on his U-Wing with his pilot Edrio Two-Tubes on a mission to intercept large shipments of very big kyber crystals that the Empire are shipping all across the galaxy that they eventually decide to destroy before they can get into the hands of the Empire. Ezra and Sabine, having seen Gerrera's tactics and mindset in conducting war, are dissuaded from his point of view. The entire Ghost crew mounts a final mission to Lothal. They view the now Imperial-occupied Lothal in its drab and beaten-down condition as they go to try and stop the production of a new TIE fighter produced by Grand Admiral Thrawn called the TIE Defender. During a chase to try and gather intel on the TIE Defender, Ezra and Sabine run into a mysterious wolf that seemingly teleports them halfway across the planet. This wolf only says one word to them, and it's Ezra's master Kanan's former last name, Doom. Hera then takes a squadron of X-Wing pilots and launches a massive assault on the planet of Lothal, intending to destroy Grand Admiral Thrawn's TIE fighter factories. The assault is a massive failure, with many of the ships being shot down, and only Hera and Rebel soldier Mart Matten surviving the crash. Mart manages to escape, but Hera is unfortunately captured by the Empire and taken to the personal office of Governor Price. Ezra and Kanan embark on a daring mission to rescue Hera, in which Kanan cuts off his ponytail and goes all in to rescue one of his greatest friends and the love of his life, Hera Syndulla, from the Empire. They manage to escape but run into trouble when the Empire catches on to them. Eventually, they manage to get to a fuel pod where they're going to evacuate, but at the last minute, Price orders a nearby AT-AT to fire on the fuel pods, which causes them to explode. This explosion rattles the crew, and Kanan quickly realizes that not all of them can make it off of the fuel pods. So he force pushes Ezra and Hera onto a carrier and blocks the incoming wave of flames, sacrificing himself for his friends to escape. After Kanan's death, Ezra and Sabine are investigating a secret mining excavation on the planet of Lothal, led by Imperial Minister Varys Hayden. Hayden is searching for some sort of Force-related artifact related to the ones of Mortis, the father, the son, and the daughter. Sabine manages to distract Hayden and inform Ezra about some of the artistic choices behind the mural of the ones, enough to open a portal to another dimension for Ezra as she distracts Hayden. Ezra drops through the portal and enters a space between spaces, a world between worlds. It exists out of time and space, and he hears voices from the past, present, and future in this mythical plane. Ezra finds one portal and watches, as a little while ago, Ahsoka Tano duels Darth Vader for the last time. Fearing that his friend is in danger, Ezra reaches through the portal and pulls Ahsoka into the world between worlds, saving her life from Darth Vader. The two eventually come across another portal, which seems to offer Ezra the possibility of saving Kanan from his unfortunate demise. However, Ahsoka cautions him against it, warning him that some things are not meant to be changed by the Force, and indeed this is a trap from Darth Sidious, who is trying to use Ezra to get to the world between worlds in order to wreak havoc on the galactic space-time continuum. Ezra and Ahsoka have to run from Palpatine shooting Force lightning through the portal, with Ahsoka promising to find Ezra once she's back in his time. With new resolve after saving Ahsoka in the world between worlds, Ezra and the Ghost crew gather previous allies from all across the galaxy to stage one final assault on the Imperial occupation of Lothal. They do this by having the former governor of Lothal, Ryder Azadi, fake defect to the Empire in order to lure Governor Price in as they launch an all-out assault on the Imperial capital. Ezra uses every skill and resources toolbook, including a pack of Lothwolves who brutally rough up stormtroopers for the Ghost crew. Eventually, Thrawn returns on his flagship, the Chimera, and starts to brutally bombard Lothal's main city until the rebels agree to surrender. Ezra valiantly gives himself up to Thrawn, who then turns him over to a hologram of Darth Sidious on the Chimera. Sidious has extracted a part of the world between worlds and tempts Ezra with the choice of going back through the world between worlds to see his long-lost parents again, but on the condition that he would never become a Jedi. Ezra rejects this offer and fights off Palpatine's royal guards in order to get back to Thrawn. Seeing no other way out, Ezra pulls one of the biggest backup plans out of his book and has the Ghost emit a frequency that attracts Purgils in the skies of Lothal. He then communicates with the Purgils and launches the Chimera and the other Imperial starships in the skies of Lothal through hyperspace using the Purgils and his natural connection with them to the Force, sacrificing both himself but removing Grand Admiral Thrawn from the galaxy and venturing them to a galaxy far, far away. Shortly after, the remains of the Ghost crew liberate the planet of Lothal along with its people from the Empire, destroying the command dome and killing Governor Miranda Price, and immediately start to bolster Lothal's defenses for an Imperial counterattack, one that never comes as the tides of the war are slowly shifting in the rebels' favor. Shortly after, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is now come to call himself Old Ben as a hermit, rescues a stormtrooper that is stranded on Tatooine, showing that he still has some compassion as he realizes that the time is near where he needs to start guiding Luke Skywalker on his destiny to save the galaxy.
A few years after the creation of the Galactic Empire, the revered scientist Galen Erso deserts his current occupation within the Empire, helping them develop the superweapon known as the Death Star. While in seclusion, Galen, his wife Lyra, and his daughter Jin are tracked down by the chief of this operation, Director Orson Krennic to bring Galen back into the fold by force if need be. In the brief skirmish between the Ursos and Krennic's Imperial forces, Lyra is killed and Jyn is hidden away from the Imperials, abandoned as Galen is taken back into Imperial captivity to be forced to continue working on the Death Star. Jyn is then rescued by family friend Saw Gerrera and is taken under the insurgents' wing for the following decade. Many years later, Galen Erso leaks to a would-be Imperial turncoat named Bodhi Rook, a shuttle pilot, knowledge of a crippling weakness within the Death Star's defenses. An unstable element within the exhaust ports of the Death Star that would cause a chain reaction, causing the Fierce Battle Station to explode should this weakness be exploited. Jyn Erso, now a fugitive of the Empire, not for her involvement with her father, but for becoming a run-of-the-mill scoundrel, finds herself liberated from an Imperial prison camp by the Empire as word of Urso's daring leak makes its way to the Rebel Alliance. Cassian Andor, now a spy in the employ of the Rebel Alliance, helps track down the information on Jyn and is part of the effort to bring her to Yavin 4, where they decide that the best way to acquire this leak is to acquire Bodhi Rook from Saw Gerrera's men encamped on Jedha. In their trip to Jedha, they encountered Chirrut Imwe and Baze Malbus, two former Guardians of the Wills, and add them to their party as they liberate Bodhi Rook from Saw Gerrera's partisans, and the Death Star is used for the first time on the city of Jedha, annihilating all those on world, including Saw Gerrera, just after Jyn receives a message from Galen detailing the weaknesses of the Death Star and telling her that what he has done has not been of his own choice, but that he has been able to find some solace in knowing he's been able to find a way to make the Death Star vulnerable. This motley crew makes its way to Edu. Unbeknownst to Jyn, they are there for the express purpose of assassinating Galen Erso to assure that he can no longer aid in the construction and finalization of the Death Star. Once Cassian realizes what Galen is prepared to do, he chooses not to assassinate Galen. Unfortunately, Cassian's superior officer, David Straven, sends a squadron of X-Wings to bombard the Imperial facility on Edu, thus killing Galen Erso as he gets an opportunity to say goodbye to Jyn. After the Rebel Council decides that the lead is too thin and that the odds are too great, Jyn, the motley crew she's been adventuring with, and a handful of other rebels based on Yavin 4 decide that they're going to take the battle to the Empire and liberate the full schematics for the Death Star from the Citadel on Scarif. These rebels from the Rebel Alliance and a stolen Imperial shuttle they dub Rogue One touch down on Scarif and begin a battle against the odds. More rebel allies arrive in space to aid in the effort to claim the plans for the Death Star. In the melee, one by one, Cassian's reprogrammed Imperial security droid K2SO, Bodhi Rook, Chirrut Imwe, and Baze Malbus all fall valiantly as heroes of the rebellion. Eventually, Cassian and Jyn are able to acquire the plans for the Death Star and transmit them up to the Profundity. As the rebels take this opportunity to escape with the plans, the Death Star locks in its super laser and fires down to the beach on Scarif, killing the already mortally wounded Orson Krennic and wiping out the last of the forces on the beach. As Darth Vader's Star Destroyer, the Devastator, enters the fray, he enacts a massacre aboard the docking tube between the Profundity and the Tantive 4, as the Death Star plans narrowly escape the grip of the Dark Lord and are transferred over to one Princess Leia as they make one last push to get away from the Empire and deliver the stolen plans to the rebels held up on Yavin 4.
It is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first major victory against the evil Galactic Empire. Pursued by the sinister agents of the Empire, Princess Leia races home aboard her starship, custodian of the stolen plans that can save the people and restore freedom to the galaxy. The Tantive 4 is heavily damaged in its jump to hyperspace and barely makes it to its planned destination of the remote outer rim planet of Tatooine. On Tatooine, Jawas recently acquire a red R-series droid called R5D4. Elsewhere, Obi-Wan Kenobi, sensing that the time is soon to bring young Luke Skywalker into the conflict, consults with his former master Qui-Gon Jinn through the Force one last time before he sets off with Luke on a desperate journey. Aboard the Death Star, Wilhuff Tarkin takes pride in the accomplishment of the Death Star and his usurpation of Orson Krennic to become the man in charge of the battle station, while noticing Krennic's empty seat in one of the conference rooms of the super weapons. The Devastator tracks the Tantive 4 to Tatooine, where stormtroopers board the ship and Vader ends up killing Captain Ramus Antilles before locating, unbeknownst to him, his daughter Leia and interrogating her about the whereabouts of the plans of the Death Star. Leia sends the plans down in an escape pod inside R2-D2, along with his counterpart C-3PO. The two are quickly captured by Jawas and eventually sold to Owen and Beru Lars and their adopted nephew, Luke Skywalker, on Tatooine. R5-D4, hearing that R2-D2 has valuable information to the rebellion, voluntarily busts a motivator so that Luke will pick R2-D2 instead of himself. R2-D2 quickly runs off from the Lars homestead on a quest to find Obi-Wan Kenobi to deliver the plans to the Elder Jedi Knight and go with him to Leia's home planet of Alderaan to deliver the plans safely to the Alderaanian people. Luke and C-3PO follow him and eventually come upon Old Ben, who explains that his real name is Obi-Wan Kenobi and he's been hiding out on Tatooine for 19 years, and he was once a Jedi Knight, the same as Luke's father, who he says was betrayed and murdered by another pupil of his, Darth Vader. Luke soon realizes the importance of the droids as he views Leia's message and quickly rushes back home to find his aunt and uncle burning in their homestead, thanks to the Empire tracking the sale of the droids to the Lars homestead. He goes back to Old Ben saying that there is nothing for him now and embarks on his hero's journey
to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like his father before him.
First going to the port city of Mos Eisley. They enter Chalmun's Cantina on Mos Eisley, looking for a freighter to get them off-world, and there they run into Han Solo and Chewbacca. Han Solo this time has dumped a crater of spice after a run-in with an Imperial cruiser, earning the ire of Jabba the Hutt. He has a substantial debt to pay to the Hutt, and he hopes to make it up by shepherding Skywalker, Kenobi, and the droids to Alderaan, as they pay him 17,000 credits to do so. Han wards off Greedo, who has been sent by Jabba the Hutt to collect the money, killing him and shooting first. Luke, Kenobi, the droids, Han, and Chewbacca escape Tatooine on the Falcon as the local Imperial garrison starts to realize where the droids are, and they make the jump to Alderaan. Upon getting to Alderaan, they find that the planet has somehow disappeared. This has been done as a cruel trick by Wilhuff Tarkin to get Princess Leia to reveal the location of the rebel base, which she does and says it's on Dantooine, which it once was, but it had been abandoned by the rebels for some time. Leia valiantly refuses to give up the name of the real planet of the rebel base, so Tarkin decides to blow up the planet of Alderaan in the second full weapons test of the Death Star after Scarif. Bail Organa, Breha Organa, and billions of Alderaanians are instantly vaporized as the Death Star completely destroys the planet of Alderaan, as Leia is made to watch in horror. The Millennium Falcon is slowly pulled into the Death Star via its very strong tractor beam, and the crew takes two different paths. Luke, Han, Chewbacca, C-3PO, and R2-D2 to rescue Leia from her imprisonment, and Obi-Wan Kenobi to shut down the tractor beam. Eventually, Luke and Han rescue Leia from her imprisonment, and through a bunch of hijinks involving a Dianoga and a trash compactor and many run-ins with stormtroopers, eventually get back to Hangar Bay 327, where the Falcon landed, ready to take off. Obi-Wan Kenobi successfully shuts down the tractor beam, acting very discreet until his former Padawan, Darth Vader, senses his presence in the Force and duels his master one last time. Obi-Wan, seeing that his destiny lies on a slightly different path, lets Vader strike him down, disappearing into the Force and becoming one with it, embracing the living Force and becoming a Force ghost. At which time he gives Luke a message through the Force to run after witnessing the fall of his new mentor. The Falcon gets to the Rebel base on Yavin 4, but Leia knows that the Empire must have placed a homing beacon on the Falcon, so they likely know where the base is now. Luke gets inducted into the Rebel Alliance, and the pilots of Red and Gold Squadron mobilize to take out this Death Star before it can destroy the Yavin 4 base and subsequently all hope in the galaxy. And thus the Battle of Yavin commences. It is a vicious battle with many TIE fighters and X-Wings and Y-Wings being deployed, many lives lost, and many pilots, including Luke's childhood friends Biggs Darklighter, being killed in the battle. As Luke is closing in on the thermal exhaust port, Vader starts to fire it at him, but is blasted out of the way by Han and Chewbacca, who have returned in the Millennium Falcon, choosing to save their friends. Luke then turns off his targeting computer, much to the dismay of those at Rebel Command, and uses the Force to fire proton torpedoes from his X-Wing into the exhaust port, destroying the first Death Star.
And killing
Wilhoff Tarkin and millions of Imperials, dealing the second major blow to the Empire and showing that they can truly bleed. Back on Yavin 4, Luke, Han, and Chewbacca are given medals for their participation in the Battle of Yavin as the rebels see a new day dawning in the galaxy as they have just taken out a major Imperial threat. Darth Vader manages to escape the destruction of the Death Star and vows revenge on the young Skywalker. Obi-Wan Kenobi fades into the Force and sees his life flash before his eyes on the Death Star. One of the first things he does as a Force spirit is go to Yoda on Dagobah and inform him that Skywalker is ready to be trained as a Jedi. Yoda responds that is fantastic and that he would love to train her. But Kenobi responds, no, the girl is not who you want to train, it's the boy. The girl is busy being a political leader and military advisor for the Rebel Alliance. The boy has been set on the path of the Jedi. Yoda reluctantly agrees, knowing that when the time is right, Kenobi will send Skywalker to Dagobah to receive training from the wizened Jedi Master. Before the Battle of Yavin, Mon Mothma is taken off-world so that, in the Rebels' opinion, very likely chance that Yavin 4 is blown up, that there will still be people to run the rebellion after the destruction of Yavin 4. This, of course, does not happen, and she galvanizes the rebellion to continue their fight against the Empire. Lando Calrissian is playing at an illegal casino when he sees a broadcast of the Battle of Yavin. He is shocked to find that it is his former ship that dealt a major blow to the Empire, being piloted by Han and Chewbacca. He later turns his luck around and wins the Sabacc game, obtaining the mining colony on Bespin against its former owner. After their victory on Yavin, Leia and fellow surviving Alderaanian Yvonne Verlaine, who piloted a Y-Wing during the Battle of Yavin, go on a quest to reunite all surviving Alderaanians who were off-world during its destruction and continue on after the genocide of their people. Very shortly after, Han and Chewbacca decide to enter a race as a front for gathering intel for the rebellion. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker trains intensely in the Force on Deveron while embarking on missions for the rebellion against the Empire. The rebels assault a major Imperial weapons factory on the moon of Cymoon 1.
Where Luke Skywalker fights Darth Vader for the first time, although he is no match for the Sith Lord's prowess in the Force.
Vader, after he escapes the destruction of the Death Star, is desperate to find the identity of the pilot who blew it up, and sends bounty hunter Boba Fett on the tail of the rebels to find out exactly who caused the destruction of the Death Star.
Vader also hires bounty hunter Chrysanthemum to trace a secret agent of the Emperor in fear that his master may be keeping things from him.
Vader then takes one of his visits to Tatooine, meeting with Jabba the Hutt and further securing the Empire's treaties with the Hutt cartel, as well as doing a little bit more light genocide on another village of Tusken Raiders.
After the Emperor promotes General Tag above him after the destruction of the Death Star, Vader quickly fears that he is being replaced, or at least moved down the food chain in the Empire. He then recruits rogue archaeologist Shelly Lona Afra, along with her droids 000 and BT-1, to steal droids from one of the few surviving Geonosian queens that still has an operational droid factory. This queen turned out to be Karina the Great herself, but Vader and Afra managed to free the droids to be used for Vader's own purposes, kill the Geonosian leader. Kersantin reports back to Vader, telling him that he has found this mysterious agent of the Emperor's, whose name is Dr. Silo, and he located his base and is the home of Vader's quote-unquote replacements.
A rebel spy named Eneb Ray learns of Palpatine's true identity as the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, but is badly scarred by a forced lightning attack straight from the Emperor. He runs back to the Rebel Alliance, further radicalized, full of hate and vengeance against the Empire.
Luke goes back to Tatooine to investigate the hut of Obi-Wan Kenobi, but is ambushed by Boba Fett, hoping to find the young man who destroyed the Death Star and bring him to Darth Vader. On Dr. Silo's flagship, Vader confronts the Doctor and his creations, which are revealed to be technologically enhanced super soldiers who have been armed with lightsabers,
threatening the status of Vader as the Emperor's right hand.
Although Boba Fett is a challenging adversary for Luke Skywalker, he and R2-D2 managed to knock out the notorious bounty hunter.
Though Fett does learn that the man who destroyed the Death Star is named Luke Skywalker, and he delivers that news to Lord Vader, who realizes that Padme's child survived.
Luke and find the journals of Ben Kenobi in his house. Meanwhile, on an unidentified planet in the Monsua Nebula,
Han and Leia are rescued by an old flame of Han who claims to be his wife, although that was part of a scam they both pulled off. This one's name is Sama Starros, who joins the rebellion as a mercenary.
Vader quickly proves that he indeed does deserve his place at the Emperor's right hand by handily defeating Dr. Silo's minions.
Luke Skywalker winds up on the planet of Nar Shaddaa after being frustrated at the lack of resources that Kenobi gave him on how to become a Jedi. He runs afoul of another member of the Hutt clan named Gracchus and is eventually captured by the Hutt as leverage to use when bargaining with both the rebels and the Empire. Skywalker eventually escapes the clutches of Gracchus the Hutt
with the help of Han, Leia, Chewbacca, and Sana. Receiving intel that Vader is alone on Vrokas Voss, Luke, Han, Leia, the droids, and Chewbacca rush to Vrokas Voss to see if they can capture the dangerous Sith Lord and enemy of the rebellion. Unfortunately, hijinks ensue as Vader has Dr. Afra, BT-1, 000, and Kersantin accompany, and mayhem ensues as the rebels fight their Imperial or scoundrel counterparts. This is foiled by one of Dr. Silo's minions, who Vader hasn't defeated, who still wants to earn his place back from Vader, who Vader eventually defeats, but the rebels get away while he does so.
Eneb Ray, further radicalized against the Empire by his trauma of confronting Palpatine, attempts to go into a main rebel prison called Sunspot Prison and brutally murder all of their Imperial prisoners before he is eventually restrained by Leia.
Though he does eventually escape, vowing revenge on Leia.
Luke, Han, and Leia venture to the split moon of Jeddah that was torn by the Death Star attack nearly a year prior, where they meet up with some remaining members of Saw Gerrera's partisans and learn about the Rogue One squadron and exactly the ways they were able to impact the galaxy, setting Luke up to make that final shot. In a moment of inspiration, Luke names the remainders of Red Squadron after them, dubbing it Rogue Squadron. Leia then recalls an isolated world in the Outer Rim called Crate that her father knew about, that was on the consideration for rebel bases, that she suggests to rebel leaders that might be a good place for the new base of the Rebel Alliance. On a recon mission, Leia and Luke are tracked to Crate by Scar Squadron, and the attack quickly makes them rule out Crate as a new base. the queen of the Shutoran Trios, who the Rebel Alliance thought to be on their side, betrays them to the Empire and gives up the location of their fleet, causing massive deaths of top leaders in the Rebel Alliance, including Jan Dodonna,
Davitz Draven,
and Vanden Willard. These power vacuums cause Mon Mothma in the aftermath promote Skywalker, Organa, and Solo further up the ranks in the rebellion. They eventually come upon a desolate ice world called Hoth in the Anoat sector to build a secret base on. In the Sluice sector, Yoda enters the dark side cave one final time before he knows he is about to train his final apprentice in young Skywalker. It is a dark time for the rebellion.
After chasing the Rebel Alliance across the galaxy, eventually they are located on the desolate ice world of Hoth by Darth Vader's probe droids. An invasion of the frozen tundra begins as Luke Skywalker is rescued from the cave of a wampa that attacks him as he is on patrol. While Luke was stranded in the snow by himself, he is visited by the Force ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi, beckoning him to find Yoda on the world of Dagobah. As Han Solo is preparing to leave the Rebel Alliance to make due on his debts to Jabba the Hutt and put an end to his pursuit by bounty hunters, the Imperial invasion begins, and Solo spirits away Princess Leia alongside Chewbacca and C-3PO. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker serves valiantly in the Battle of Hoth, and as the rebels narrowly escape the clutches of the Empire as Echo Base falls, Skywalker makes his way to Dagobah. Meanwhile, Han, Leia, Chewbacca, and 3PO are mercilessly pursued by Darth Vader aboard the Executor. The party aboard the Falcon hides in what they believe to be the caverns of an asteroid field, to later find out that they are in fact inside of a massive space slug. Vader gathers some of the best bounty hunters in the galaxy, including Bosk, IG-88, Dengar, and Boba Fett, to track down the Millennium Falcon, whose rebel passengers are extremely valuable to the Empire. With their hyperdrive offline, the Millennium Falcon, having to travel in real space, decides that they will make their way to Cloud City on Bespin to try to find refuge with Han's old friend Lando Calrissian. Little does Solo and the heroes aboard the Falcon know that they are being followed by Boba Fett. As our band of rebels makes their way to Bespin, Luke Skywalker begins training under Jedi Master Yoda. During this ambiguous time, Luke Skywalker begins to tap more directly into the power of the Force, learning to trust in it and let it guide him further as he advances his Jedi teachings. Eventually, Luke decides to venture into the dark side cave on Dagobah, where he is confronted by Darth Vader. Eventually, after dealing a killing blow to the illusion of the Dark Lord, the helmet explodes to reveal his own face, warning Skywalker that the path to the dark side is paved with good intentions. As Luke yet again meditates with his new master, he sees visions of his friends being tortured and killed at the hands of Darth Vader in a city in the clouds. Against the better judgment of Yoda and the spirit of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke decides that he will pursue his friends and try to save them from the Dark Lord of the Sith. Eventually, Luke makes his way to Cloud City and faces down with Darth Vader. While our rebels are on Cloud City, we realize that the Empire had narrowly beaten them there and had cut a deal with Lando Calrissian, allowing Lando to betray his friends and serve them up to the Empire. In an attempt to figure out the best and most practical way to transport Luke Skywalker to the Emperor, they test out a carbon freezing chamber on Solo to make sure that it won't kill Skywalker. Han Solo, alive though entrapped in carbonite, is taken aboard Boba Fett's ship as he spirits him away to Tatooine to collect the bounty on the infamous smuggler's head. Meanwhile, Leia, a now on the side of the Rebel Alliance Lando Calrissian, the remains and scrap of C-3PO and Chewbacca fight their way out of Cloud City as Luke confronts Darth Vader in the carbon freezing chamber. In a heated lightsaber duel that takes them throughout the bowels of Cloud City, Luke Skywalker has his right hand severed and his birthright lightsaber plummets into the pits of Cloud City as Luke Skywalker is made aware of a terrible, terrible truth. That Darth Vader did not kill his father, Anakin Skywalker, but that Darth Vader is his father. Rejecting Vader's offer to join him to help him overthrow the Empire and take over the galaxy alongside his father, Luke makes a leap of faith into the chasms of Cloud City and is eventually rescued by Lando and Leia. After escaping Cloud City very narrowly, Luke, Leia, Lando, Chewbacca, R2-D2, and C-3PO resolve that they will not only rescue their friend from the clutches of Jabba the Hutt, but that they will eventually defeat the Empire.
As C-3PO interacts with the Falcon's navicomputer, he gives L337, whose brain is still plugged in to the Falcon's navicomputer, some of the first contact she has had in years. We see more of Yoda and Obi-Wan's perspectives as they try to train Luke on Dagobah and advise him along his path to being a Jedi. Meanwhile, Palpatine senses a great disturbance in the Force and talks to Lord Vader about this fearing of the growing power of the young Skywalker.
After failing to convince Luke to join him on the dark side and rule the galaxy together as father and son, Vader sees an old face from his past yet again, the face of Padme Amidala, who he cannot figure out how she came back to life. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker, Leia Organa, and Lando Calrissian escape from the Imperial Commander Zara's forces amid growing trepidation by Luke of if his destiny even is to become a Jedi. Eventually, their journey leads them back to Bespin very briefly, so that Lando can free Lobot from Imperial control, and so that Luke can search for his lost lightsaber. Luke eventually encounters a former Jedi Padawan named Verla, who teaches him a few things about the Force, as well as sends him to the planet of Tempes, where he faces down a spirit of the Grand Inquisitor in order to get a new yellow lightsaber. Vader's search into Padme's reappearance has him discover that Padme is indeed still dead, and the woman that he saw was her handmaiden, Sabe. Sabe and Padme's other handmaidens believe correctly that Vader killed Padme and want to exact revenge on the Sith Lord. However, Vader, through some Imperial coercion, manages to take Sabe on as a lieutenant to his growing power. Darth Sidious sees Vader's growing power and anger in the wake of his son's rejection of him and decides to knock his apprentice down a few pegs, leaving him abandoned and brutally injured on Mustafar without a way for him to call for any help. Worse still, he sends his top assassin, Ochi of Bestoon, after Lord Vader to kill him, which the assassin fails to do. Eventually, the two end up at a darkside oracle on Mustafar called the Eye of the Webbish Bog, who cryptically shows Vader images of his future. Eventually, the two manage to make their way through a nebula called the Red Honeycomb Zone onto a secret Sith homeworld called Exegol. Sidious has had control of Exegol for a long time and is doing many creepy Sith experiments on Exegol, including one with the severed hand of Luke Skywalker. Vader has to face down many ghastly visions of the dark side that he sees on Exegol,
including living with the knowledge of a fleet of star destroyers with planet-destroying cannons attached to each one.
And Ochi is blinded by a stack of giant red kyber crystals on Exegol, but they escape the planet, fully aware of the Dark Lord of the Sith's growing power. Elsewhere on the planet, a young man uses Vader and Ochi's visit as a distraction to get a shuttle off the planet and start a new life elsewhere in the galaxy. But this is no ordinary man living on Exegol. This is a strand cast of Palpatine himself. A clone using much of his DNA, but some other bits and pieces here and there of Palpatine, who he hoped to be Force sensitive, but was indeed not, who on Exegol was called the Abomination, but later changed his name to match the name of a slave who helped him escape Exegol named Dathan. Dathan sets off in the galaxy and has many adventures as he tries to escape his dark past. Boba Fett stops to refuel his ship on Nar Shaddaa. While he is away from his ship, an unknown assailant steals Han Solo's carbonite slab from him, thus depriving him of the bounty that he was sent by Jabba the Hutt to deliver to him back on Tatooine. The assailant is eventually revealed to be working for the resurgent criminal syndicate Crimson Dawn under its new boss, Kira, who uses her former lover's carbonite slab as the main prize of an auction, reintroducing Crimson Dawn to the galaxy. Kira, in the years since she fell under the late Sith Lord Maul's wing and became a crime leader, has learned much about the history of the galaxy and desperately wants to use Crimson Dawn's power, sleeper agents, and connections to bring down the Empire, and specifically the two Sith Lords at the top of it. After many shenanigans, Fett eventually gets Solo's carbonite slab back from Kira and Crimson Dawn and delivers it to Jabba the Hutt on Tatooine, where he will then stay for around another year. Kira then uses the opportunity of Crimson Dawn's resurgence to cause mass chaos around the galaxy, recruiting Ochia Festoon and the Assassin Death Stick to cause chaos while she recruits a group of dark side marauders called the Knights of Ren to raid Vader's castle on Mustafar, while she plots and schemes on trying to get an ancient artifact with the help of an archivist named Madeline Sun. Kira assembles her final plan to take down the Empire, which is an ancient Sith device called the Fermata Cage. Fermata Cage is a Force-related artifact that can trap Force users inside indefinitely, and Kira lures Palpatine and Vader into the cage by spreading rumors of an ancient Sith Lord once being trapped in the cage. Meanwhile, Kira's agents manage to get vital information to Luke Skywalker, Leia Organa, and the Rebellion at large, including the fact that the Empire is building a new space station that is bigger and greater in every way than the first dreaded Death Star. Kira manages to entrap Sidious and Vader in the Fermata Cage, in which there was no Sith entrapped in there. They were successfully trapped. However, the Knights of Ren decide to betray Kira and free the Sith Lords and leaders of the Empire, causing most of Kira's Crimson Dawn Empire to fall almost immediately. Kira gives a lot of Crimson Dawn's remaining resources to a young girl named Cadelia, once the child of two major warring crime syndicate leaders, to start anew with and make her own destiny while she flees to Tatooine. Shortly after, Luke Skywalker is leading a mission that crash lands on a planet due to Luke getting terrifying dark side visions implanted in his brain by the Emperor, but he manages to push through and control himself as the hero of the rebellion grows ever more prominent in the growing insurgency to take down the Empire.
Commander of Inferno Squad Iden Versio allows her to be captured so that she can sneak aboard a rebellion capital ship and erase intercepted Imperial plans as the Rebel Alliance begins to take the bait to attack the Empire on Sullust. Versio escapes and brings the intercepted plans back to the Empire aboard their ship, the Corvus, and meets with her father, Garrick Versio, their direct commanding officer.
Luke Skywalker returns to his home planet of Tatooine in an attempt to rescue his friend Han Solo from the clutches of the vile gangster Jabba the Hutt. Luke sends in a many-pronged plan, the first being R2-D2 and C-3PO offering themselves as a gift to the crime lord Jabba the Hutt to convince him to willingly give Solo back to the rebellion. This fails, and it fails with Lando Calrissian having infiltrated Jabba's forces as the skiff guard Tam tells Screech. Many months earlier, he sees this failure. Leia then disguises herself as an Ubi's bounty hunter named Bausch, who has supposedly captured Chewbacca and sells the captured rebel Wookiee to the Hutt crime lord for the sum of 35,000 credits. While Jabba's entourage is sleeping, Leia goes and frees Han from carbonite but is indeed caught by Jabba and enslaved to the Hutt. Skywalker then comes in to Jabba's base, barges his way past the guards, and mind tricks Jabba's mayordomo, Bib Fortuna, into allowing him to speak with the crime lord. He asks for the Hutt one final time to release his friends before falling under a trap door to a pit with Jabba's rancor, Patissa Muchi. Luke manages to defeat Patissa Muchi even without his lightsaber, as Luke, Han, and Chewbacca are sentenced to be executed in the Great Pit of Carkoon by the Hutt crime lord. As Luke is about to walk the plank into the almighty Sarlacc, R2-D2 launches his lightsaber into the air, and he and the rest of his crew begin to mop up Jabba's Gatra on Tatooine. Leia manages to choke Jabba to death with a chain that he tied her to, and they manage to blow up Jabba's main skiff and send Boba Fett hurtling down into the Sarlacc, though he does survive for a time. Bib Fortuna and Max Rebo and some others manage to escape the exploding sail barge, but most of Jabba's entourage dies, ending the many centuries iron grip that the Hutt Gatra had over the galaxy. Before he meets up with his friends at the Rebel fleet massing near Sullust, Luke decides to go back to Dagobah to complete his training with Master Yoda, like he said he'd do before he went to Bespin. Master Yoda says that there is nothing more to teach him, and confirms to him that indeed Darth Vader is his father, before peacefully passing away into the Force after 900 years of life. Luke is then confronted by Force Ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi, who explains why he lied to Luke about Darth Vader's true identity all those years ago, and stresses that Luke must face Vader for one final time in order to become a Jedi Knight. He also reveals that Luke has a secret sister, who Luke eventually deduces to be Leia. The Rebel Alliance learns that the Emperor himself is overseeing the second Death Star's final construction, thanks to a sacrifice by many Bothans. The second Death Star is orbiting a shield generator on the forest moon of Endor. Han Solo, recently having been promoted to a general in the Rebel Alliance, volunteers to lead the ground crew to destroy the shield generator, making it so that their pilots can destroy the second Death Star. Luke, Leia, Chewbacca, C-3PO, and R2-D2 volunteer to go with him, and they manage to get down to the forest moon of Endor unharmed on the stolen Imperial shuttle Tidarium. They are captured by the native Ewoks, but eventually C-3PO, through his resemblance to a golden god of the Ewoks, manages to convince them to help the rebels overthrow the Imperial presence on the forest moon. As this is happening, Luke feels that he must face Vader one final time, and that any waiting will only delay the inevitable. He gives himself up to the local Imperial garrison and is taken by Darth Vader, his father, up to the second Death Star. Meanwhile, on Forest Moon of Endor, Han, Leia, Chewbacca, and the crew manage to infiltrate the shield generator and destroy it, leaving the second Death Star vulnerable to Rebel attacks. Now General Lando Calrissian leads the Rebel Alliance into the unfinished second Death Star, which little do they know is fully operational, and they briefly consider a retreat once the second Death Star destroys a vital Rebel Alliance medical frigate, but decide to press on as Lando and Wedge Antilles press further into the unfinished second Death Star to try and destroy it. On the second Death Star, Sidious yet again tempts Skywalker to the dark side to take his father's place at his side this time, to strike down his father and fulfill his destiny as a Sith Lord. Luke valiantly refuses and tries to seduce his father back to the light side.
Luke eventually defeats his father, but refuses to kill him, proclaiming that he is a Jedi, like his father was before him.
So Palpatine decides to start electrocuting Luke with Force lightning. This display of torture to his son eventually becomes unbearable to Vader, and it is in that moment that Darth Vader dies, and Anakin Skywalker is reborn again. Anakin throws Palpatine down a shaft, seemingly killing him, but at the very least buying the
galaxy another 30 years until they have to yet again deal with the Emperor's wrath. Skywalker asks Luke to reveal Darth Vader's helmet, seeing that he is already dying from some of the Force lightning damage sustained to him, and is able to look upon his son with his own eyes one last time before he passes away. As Luke escapes the second Death Star on an Imperial shuttle, Lando and Wedge manage to destroy the second Death Star, marking a key turning point in the war. It became clear that the rebellion are going to be the victors. On Endor, Luke burns Vader's body in a funeral pyre, as is custom for a Jedi Knight. And Han and Leia get together at last, and the rebels celebrate their victory and, in many cases, newfound freedom from the Empire on Endor, as Luke sees 3 Force spirits in the background of Obi-Wan, of Yoda, and of his father. Obi-Wan shares his perspective on confronting Luke about his lie to him, about Darth Vader. Mon Mothma briefly reflects in the moments before the Battle of Endor. Palpatine reflects on his reign, both before and during the Battle of Endor, as his first true defeat comes. Anakin Skywalker passes on into the living force and encounters the spirit of his old master and best friend, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi forgives him for everything he did as Lord Vader, and Skywalker joins him in the living force, choosing to retain his consciousness after death.
As the Rebel Alliance successfully disables the shield generator on the forest moon of Endor, Inferno Squad is deployed to the battle to help clean up the Rebel forces and push them off of Endor. During their infiltration, Inferno Squad looks to the sky to see the second Death Star destroyed along with its Emperor. Full of spite and a sense of revenge, Inferno Squad pushes through Endor to narrowly escape rebellion forces.
Immediately after the Empire's defeat at the Battle of Endor, Han proposes to Leia, which she joyfully accepts. They have a quiet marriage ceremony on the forest moon, but in order to boost public relations efforts for the New Republic, Mon Mothma has Leia and Han spend their honeymoon on the cruiser the Halcyon, which makes a journey to the planet Madurs, where an old Imperial enemy of Han's, Alicia Beck, tries to murder the newlywed solo couple and further the Empire's agenda. However, Leia and Han foil her efforts. Leia also grapples in this time with the revelation that Luke gave her just before the Battle of Endor commenced, that Darth Vader, formerly Anakin Skywalker, was her father, and tries to reconcile her complicated feelings about her true lineage. Immediately after the Emperor's death, an initiative within the Empire launches that Sidious had prepared in the event of his demise, called Operation Cinder, which destroys many planets and people in the galaxy, Imperial and Rebel alike, launching huge planet-killing lasers that will disrupt environments into many planets' atmosphere to try and cause as much chaos as possible after his demise. Luke, Leia, and Han deploy forces around the galaxy to try and counter Operation Cinder as they deal with the remaining remnants of the Empire.
As the Empire tries to gain a foothold and strike back against the rebellion in the wake of the death of Emperor Palpatine, Del Meeko is sent to the world of Pelio to destroy one of the Emperor's observatories, along with some of its contents within. Meeko, in his attempt, is trapped inside of a cave and is rescued by one Luke Skywalker, who teaches Del that there might be a life after the Empire and that there's always a choice to do better. As Operation Cinder is continued to be enacted, Inferno Squad is sent to the home world of Iden Versio and her father, Garrick, of Vardos. Thinking they're there simply to extract an Imperial diplomat, Inferno Squad is made aware of the fact that Operation Cinder now targets Vardos, and upon resisting the order to annihilate the planet, Iden Versio and Del Meeko turn against the Empire and narrowly escape the destruction of Vardos. Their squad mate Gideon Hask redoubles his loyalty to the Empire in the wake of the desertion of Versio and Meeko. Eventually, Iden and Del are taken under the wing of the New Republic and are deployed to Naboo as another target for Operation Cinder is thwarted, and Naboo is protected from the revenge of the Empire. All the while, Gideon Hask continues to pursue them across the galaxy.
Wedge Antilles leads a mission to further stomp the Empire back into the ground on the planet Akiva, home of rebel pilot Nora Wexley and her son Temin, who goes by the name of Snap. Little does Antilles and the newly formed New Republic know that Grand Admiral Ray Sloan has other plans for the planet and is a meeting of what is known as the Imperial Future Council.
The Wexleys joined forces with the New Republic military to help take down the Imperial occupation on Akiva.
Meanwhile, on the planet of Terrace, 3 members of Sith worshippers called the Acolytes of the Beyond buy a lightsaber from a dealer who claims that it belonged to Darth Vader before his death. They say they plan on destroying it so they can return it to its master in death. However, it is unknown if that blade was indeed Vader's. On Tatooine, a local slave named Cobb Vanth comes upon a set of Mandalorian armor, then puts it on and becomes the lawman of his town called Mos Pelgo, becoming its marshal. Although the New Republic causes major damage to the Empire on Akiva, Sloan reports into the man who is now controlling what's left of the Imperial forces, Admiral Gallius Rax, who informs her that their plans to rebuild the Empire are just beginning. In the campaign to bring down the Empire, now General Hera Syndulla oversees a project called Project Starhawk, which consists of converting old Imperial Star Destroyers into rebel ships so they can destroy the Empire more effectively with their own machinery. This is guarded by the elite rebel squadron, Vanguard Squadron, under the command of Lyndon Javes. Their counterparts in the Imperial Remnant, called Titan Squadron, under the command of Javes' former protege, Teresa Carroll, pursue Vanguard Squadron mercilessly through the galaxy in search of Project Starhawk, which they eventually destroy, but most of Titan Squadron gets destroyed while doing so, as the New Republic gets closer and closer to achieving victory against the remains of the Galactic Empire. Han Solo, going against the wishes of the New Republic's Galactic Senate and the New Republic Defense Force, goes with Chewbacca to liberate the planet of Kashyyyk from Imperial control. Han Solo teams up with Nora Wexley to rescue Chewbacca and free the Wookiees on Kashyyyk, which eventually they do, further cementing the Empire's downfall. Senator Leia Organa and Chancellor Mon Mothma work secretly with former Imperial Grand Vizier Mas Amida to secure the Empire's surrender, although Amida is more of a puppet ruler for the Empire than holding any actual power.
Leia becomes pregnant with her and Han's child, who, when born, she will eventually name Ben.
Gallius Rax's Shadow Council, consisting of several Moffs and generals from the old Empire, plot and scheme about what to do. Cobb Vanth quickly rises through the ranks on Tatooine and becomes the de facto mayor of Mos Pelgo, which now calls itself Freetown, and protects its residents from local gangsters and criminals. In Coronet City, on the planet Corellia, a detective tracks down a young boy who graffitied an image of Darth Vader with the message, "Vader lives." He is a member of the Acolytes of the Beyond, and the Acolytes further reveal themselves on Corellia with one of their main leaders on the planet, Kiza.
Snap Wexley's brainwashed father, as well as a few other captured Imperial prisoners, attempt to assassinate Chancellor Mon Mothma on Chandrilla before Nora, Snap Wexley, and his droid Mr. Bones stop it. After the attack,
Grand Admiral Ray Sloan and General Brendel Hux arrive on the remote planet of Jakku to see Admiral Rax's entire fleet orbiting the planet, positioning themselves for a final battle between the New Republic and the Empire.
The final official battle of the Galactic Civil War rages on Jakku, as the Galactic Empire makes one final daring stand against the New Republic. In this engagement, the now rebel commander, Iden Versio, plays a pivotal role in being able to outflank and outmaneuver Imperial forces both in the air and on the ground on Jakku. Eventually, Commander Versio makes her way to the bridge of the Star Destroyer that houses her father, Garrick. As Iden tries to sway Garrick to the side of the New Republic, Garrick Versio accepts his fate as one of the many warmongers of the Empire and goes down with his Star Destroyer. As the Battle of Jakku concludes, a select group of Imperial warlords are sent into the unknown region, leaving the Imperial remnant to hide in the Outer Rim as the Galactic Empire, to the rest of the galaxy, falls at last.
In an attack on a New Republic outpost on Deveron, the Acolyte of the Beyond Kiza meets up with Palpatine's former advisor, Yup Tashu, and receives the mask of an ancient Sith Lord known as Viceroy Exum Panchard, which has the energies of the dark side of the Force flowing through it. Kiza further cements herself as the leader of the growing Acolytes of the Beyond. Grand Admiral Ray Sloan stages a last-minute coup after the Empire's almost complete annihilation at Jakku, killing Gallius Rax and cementing a place for her in the Empire as they start to rebuild by jumping to the unknown regions, effectively ruling them dead to the rest of the galaxy. Several years after the Battle of Jakku, Han Solo and Lando Calrissian team back up where Han temporarily leaves his wife Leia Organa and their new son Ben to help Lando destroy a dangerous device called the Phalanx Redux transmitter from getting into the hands of an evil criminal scientist named Phison Gore.
As the Empire is reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, many of the victims of the Empire's reign slowly start to come back into the sun, one of which being the Mandalorians, who were nearly annihilated in the Night of 1,000 Tears. A sect of Mandalorians known as the Children of the Watch take up shelter on the world of Navarro. One such child of the Watch, named Din Djarin, is currently doing odd jobs for the local magistrate, Greef Karga. Din Djarin eventually takes a job while looking for more work that sends him across the galaxy at the behest of the Empire to locate a target aged of 50 years old. As Din Djarin fights his way through a gang of Nikto mercenaries to get to his target alongside a assassin droid named IG-11. Djarin is met with the rude awakening that his target is no middle-aged man, but is indeed a child. As IG-11 draws his blaster to attempt to take the target in dead, Din Djarin intervenes, shooting down IG-11 and taking the child alive. After adventuring through the desert with the help of the Ugnaught Queel, Din Djarin returns to Navarro, handing off the child to the Imperial Remnant. Having been paid in Beskar, Din enlists the help of the Children of the Watch's armorer to build him a new set of Mandalorian armor, as he is about to leave Navarro for his next job. Din Djarin recognizes that what he has done is a cardinal sin, handing over yet another child to the Empire to suffer the torturous fate he himself had experienced, having lost everything to the Empire. Din stages a daring rescue, saving the child from the clutches of the Empire, and then having to fight his way off of Navarro through hordes of bounty hunters sent after him to reclaim the child. Eventually, with the help of the Children of the Watch, Din Djarin is able to escape and continues to adventure across the galaxy, trying to find a new home for his child companion. Eventually, his travels take him to Tatooine, where he encounters Cobb Vanth. Din, being a Mandalorian fundamentalist, takes umbrage with Cobb Vanth's wearing of the suit of Mandalorian armor he owns, and in a showing of good faith, allies with the people of Freetown and the Tusken tribe that Freetown has been in conflict with for some time to eliminate a Krayt dragon. Moving from Tatooine on the hunt for more Mandalorians who could potentially give Din an idea as to where he can find a home for his young foundling, Din Djarin encounters Bo-Katan, the former Death Watch terrorist turned Mandalorian freedom fighter. In an adventure with Bo-Katan and her Night Owls, Din Djarin eliminates an Imperial garrison on Trask and is given advice to head to Corvus, where he can find a Jedi named Ahsoka Tano, who will be able to help find his young Force-sensitive friend a home. Upon arriving on Corvus, he finds the wayward Jedi Ahsoka Tano up to her knees in a conflict with the Imperial Remnant, dealing with the warlord Morgan Elsbeth, a close ally of Grand Admiral Thrawn. Eventually, Ahsoka tells Din that he must either accept his role as the child, now known to be named Grogu, to accept the role as being Grogu's father, or to find a Jedi who can train Grogu. Ahsoka directs Din to take Grogu to a seeing stone on the Jedi world of Tython, so that Grogu may reach out with the Force and find a potential Jedi Master. On Tython, the Imperial forces led by Moff Gideon finally track Din and Grogu down. Gideon, who was behind the initial experiments involving Grogu with the Imperial Remnant, send down an army of Dark Troopers to kidnap Grogu at the same time that Din faces Boba Fett, the original owner of Cobb Vanth's armor, who has fully revealed himself to be alive and well, working alongside Master Assassin Fennec Shand. Fennec and Boba Fett aid Din Djarin in finding backup to lead a counter-assault against Gideon's forces to save the young Grogu. Bo-Katan, Koska Reeves lead a counter-offensive on the Imperial ship that houses Grogu and Moff Gideon. Din Djarin cleverly attempts to dispatch the Dark Troopers into space, but as they finally apprehend Gideon and have him pinned down on the bridge, they realize that the Dark Troopers are on their way back and are pinned down with nowhere to run. Eventually, help arrives in the form of a friend. Grogu's attempts to reach out with the Force were proven successful, as a black-clad warrior wielding a green lightsaber carves his way through hordes of Dark Troopers, making his way to the command deck of this Imperial Gozanti cruiser. This savior proves to be none other than Luke Skywalker, who, after a heartfelt goodbye, wherein Din Djarin removes his helmet, breaking one of the core tenets of the Children of the Watch's belief that no one should ever see your face after you become a true Mandalorian, Din bares his face to say goodbye to his adoptive son, as Luke Skywalker takes Grogu to be one of the first students of his new Jedi Order.
After the rescue of Grogu, Boba Fett and Fennec Shand venture back to Tatooine, where they quickly dispatch the new daimyo after Jabba's death in Fortuna, with the plans of Boba replacing Fortuna as the new daimyo in charge of the city of Mos Espa and the greater territories around Tatooine. Boba Fett survived his brief time in the Sarlacc pit by blasting his way out, eventually being rescued and subsequently enslaved by a tribe of Tusken Raiders, who quickly learns the ways of, in an attempt to get back to his former glory that he had before he was knocked into the Sarlacc pit. Boba's new godfather wages a proxy war against the Pike Syndicate that eventually causes Fennec to reach back out to Din Djarin, asking for his assistance. Din has been taking on various bounties ever since Grogu left him. After Din collects one of these bounties, he meets back up with fellow members of the Children of the Watch who officially cast him out of their sect of the Mandalorians, even though he possesses the infamous weapon meant to control the various sects of the Mandalorians called the Darksaber. Not really the same person, although he does get a new ship on Tatooine from an old ship dealer friend of his, a pristine N1 Naboo starfighter, which is revved up to be one of the fastest ships in the galaxy. Din accepts the work from Fennec Shand and gets to helping Shand and Fett defend Tatooine from the encroaching Pike Syndicate. The Pike Syndicate makes its way down to Mos Pelgo, where Cobb Vanth disincentivizes the Pikes from trying to invade on their own land. Meanwhile, Luke trains with Grogu on the planet of Ossus, where he is visited by his father's former student, Ahsoka Tano,
who comment on Grogu's training. Grogu is talented with the Force, but clearly still harbors an attachment to his adoptive father. Din drops off a Beskar chess piece for Grogu with Ahsoka, who then gives it to Luke. Luke eventually offers Grogu a symbolic choice between a lightsaber of another Jedi who was his species, Grandmaster Yoda's, and to choose the life of the Jedi, or to go back with his adoptive father and choose the Beskar chess piece. Grogu does indeed choose the chess piece, and R2-D2 returns Grogu to his adoptive father on Tatooine. Meanwhile, at Mos Pelgo, dismayed by Freetown's lack of cooperation with their attempts to control the planet of Tatooine, the Pikes send notorious bounty hunter Cad Bane to deal with the local law enforcement. Bane murders Vance's deputy Scott and brutally injures Marshal Vance, who is rushed to a back tank in order to cure his injuries, but making it extremely clear that standing up to the Pike Syndicate will not come without consequences. Meanwhile, Din, having been newly reunited with Grogu, Boba, Fennec, and their entire crew, including the Wookiee bounty hunter Chrysanthemum and several mods, defend the city of Mos Espa from Pike Syndicate forces and their Scorpionic droids. At the climax of the battle, Boba Fett confronts his old rival Cad Bane and eventually defeats and kills the bounty hunter with a Gadurfi stick he crafted while with that local tribe of Tuskens. This defense eventually succeeds, with Fennec taking out many of the top leaders of the Pike Syndicate and their puppet mayor, Muk Shaiz. Din and Grogu depart to get to more adventures in the galaxy as Fett and Shan consolidate their rule over Tatooine in the new Fett Gotra.
Now reunited with Grogu, Din Djarin is faced with an insurmountable challenge. To regain his membership within the Children of the Watch, he must be redeemed and accepted back in with his people by bathing in the living waters of Mandalore. Mandalore, thought to be annihilated in the Night of 1,000 Tears, is believed to be poisoned and inhospitable to any living beings. After courting the Armorer, he is sent to Mandalore alongside Bo-Katan, who aids him in his adventure into the bowels of what used to be the city of Sidari to bathe in the living waters. Once he makes his way into the living waters, Din falls and begins to drown, where he is rescued by Bo-Katan. While submerged, Bo-Katan witnesses the legendary Mythosaur, a creature of Mandalorian mythology. Bo-Katan, who has been having a crisis of faith in her culture, begins to realize that there might just be a little bit of truth to the legend of her people. Meanwhile, on Coruscant, Dr. Penn Pershing, one of the Imperial scientists who worked on the projects involving Grogu and his captivity, is slowly brought back into the fold of the New Republic in an ongoing program bringing former Imperials into the New Republic fold. In this time, he is confronted by Elia Kane, another Imperial officer who also served alongside Moff Gideon. Pershing finds himself longing for his ability to do more complex research beyond what he's been allowed to do within the New Republic. He's convinced by Elia Kane to raid a defunct Star Destroyer to acquire the necessary tools to do so. When they're eventually caught, Elia Kane throws Pershing under the bus, allowing her to be able to subject him to the tortures of the Mind Flayer, revealing that she is in fact still in cahoots with the Empire and is serving as an insider spy. Newly welcomed back into the fold with the Children of the Watch, Din, Grogu, and Bo-Katan aid in training exercises for the young foundlings with the Children of the Watch. Eventually, the son of Paz Vizsla, Ragnar Vizsla, is kidnapped by a beast, and as the Mandalorians begin to stage a rescue of the child, Grogu is taken aside by the Armorer and given a new piece of Beskar armor. During this time, Grogu reminisces to his very near-death experience during Operation Nightfall, when the newly minted Lord Vader attacked the Jedi Temple along with the 501st Legion. Grogu looks back on the time that he was rescued by the Sabered Hand himself, Kelleran Beck, who swooped in to rescue the youngling, defending him from the clone forces and whisking him away to a Naboo craft, where he was then taken into safety. As Moff Gideon fully re-enters the galactic stage, we see that he's in a meeting with the Imperial Shadow Council, a collective of the few remaining Imperial officers who hold high rank and are trying to figure out the best way to resurrect the Empire. Among them is Brendel Hux, Captain Pelion, and as they discuss Gideon's further requests for more resources to be pulled to his operation, they discuss the absence of one Grand Admiral Thrawn. Eventually, the Children of the Watch make for Mandalore to reclaim their home, now knowing that it is safe to return to. While there, and making their way through the mines of Mandalore, they discover an Imperial stronghold that holds the freshly escaped Moff Gideon, who is running a cloning operation in tandem with Project Necromancer, an Imperial directive held by the Shadow Council. As the Mandalorians are pushed back, Paz Vizsla bravely gives his life facing off against the Praetorian Guard, and Din Djarin is captured. As the Mandalorians prepare to stage a counteroffensive to rescue Din and reclaim their homeland, a huge battle ensues where Grogu is able to rescue his father, and Din, Grogu, and Bo-Katan go on to confront Moff Gideon, finally defeating the Imperial warlord and fully reclaiming Mandalore for their own, uniting both paths of the Mandalorian between the fundamentalist Children of the Watch and the more laxed Mandalorians represented by Bo-Katan Kryze. Din is charged with fully raising Grogu as he takes the surname Din Grogu, and the two foundlings make their way into the Outer Rim to make a life as Din trains Grogu to be a true Mandalorian and accepts the mission to help the New Republic track down the Imperial remnant.
The evil Galactic Empire has fallen, and a new republic has risen to take its place. However, sinister agents are already at work to undermine the fragile peace. A plot is underway to find the lost Imperial Grand Admiral Thrawn and bring him out of exile. Once presumed dead, rumors are spreading of Thrawn's return, which would galvanize the Imperial remnants and start another war. Former Jedi Knight Ahsoka Tano captured one of Thrawn's allies, Morgan Elsbeth, and learned of a secret map, which is vital to the enemy's plan. Ahsoka now searches for the map as her prisoner is transported to the New Republic for trial. Elsbeth's prison transport is hijacked by fallen Jedi Baylan Skoll and his apprentice Shin Hati, who free Elsbeth from her imprisonment to gather her to search for the map to the Grand Admiral. Ahsoka recovers the part of the map to where they believe Thrawn is in a distant galaxy on a planet called Peridia, on the planet of Arcana. She goes to the now liberated Lothal to connect back with her former apprentice and friend, Sabine Wren, who desperately wants to get her friend Ezra Bridger home ever since he disappeared with Thrawn 10 years prior. Sabine does not want to join Ahsoka and Jedi droid Huyang on their adventure and is eventually confronted by Shin Hati and brutally stabbed by the young Dark Jedi apprentice, though she later recovers. Ahsoka and General Harrison Dula lead a mission to Corellia to try and find more information, any remnants of Morgan Elsbeth's factory. Meanwhile, Skoll, Hati, and Elsbeth get to the planet Cetos, where they plan to launch their expedition to get to the distant galaxy and find the exiled Imperial Grand Admiral Thrawn. Ahsoka and Sabine manage to track them to Cetos, and after some dogfighting with Hati and the former Inquisitor Merrick, they manage to land on Cetos. Sabine confronts Shin, and Ahsoka confronts Baylan. The Jedi are both beaten badly, with Ahsoka falling into the waters of Cetos, and Sabine Wren surrendering to Hati, and eventually giving up the map as the three of them, along with Elsbeth, journey to this new galaxy in order to find Grand Admiral Thrawn and possibly Ezra Bridger. Ahsoka is stranded in the water as she enters the world between worlds for the second time in her life and is confronted by the spirit of her former master Anakin Skywalker, who teaches her to let go of her past traumas with regards to how she was trained under him and what he became, where she and Hu Yang then managed to hitch a ride with their ship on a local group of Purgils to jump to hyperspace to the distant galaxy to find Sabine, the Dark Jedi, and possibly Thrawn and Ezra as well. Elsbeth, Skull, and Hati land on Peridia from their super ship called the Eye of Sion on the planet of Peridia, which is a former home of Elsbeth's native people, the Night Sisters. Elsbeth meets 3 Night Sister witches on the planet who are working in tandem with the very much alive and well Grand Admiral Thrawn, who has been orchestrating his return to the known galaxy for some time. Ren manages to escape Skull and Hati and manages to find her friend Ezra Bridger alive and well on Peridia with a primitive group of aliens called the Noti. Ezra and Sabine joyfully reunite as they realize that they do not have a real way to get off the planet. Fortunately, Ahsoka and Hu Yang touch down on Peridia from the Purgil, and they reunite with Sabine and Ezra as they confront Thrawn's forces to try and prevent him from leaving the planet intact. Senator Hamato Ziono attempts to put Hera on trial for disobeying New Republic Senate orders, but is saved by the interference of Senator Organa of Alderaan's droid C-3PO, who intervenes on her behalf. Baylan Skoll decides to depart his apprentice, Shin Hati, as he is in search of something greater on Peridia that he does not yet know. Hati tries to intervene at the Noti village to kill Ren, Bridger, and Tano, but is badly defeated, and the Jedi give her a chance to join their side, which she refuses. Ezra, Sabine, and Ahsoka stage one final attempt to get off of Peridia as Thrawn tries to delay them to get off of Peridia. On Ahsoka's shuttle, with the help of Hu Yang, Ezra assembles a new lightsaber and inquires about Sabine's training with Tano and reveals that Sabine's entire family died in the Night of 1,000 Tears. Thrawn's capital ship, the Chimera, successfully docks with the Eye of Sion as Ezra, Sabine, and Ahsoka battle through undead stormtroopers to try and prevent Thrawn's escape. Morgan is imbued with powers of her people and duels Tano, but eventually is defeated and killed by Tano as Sabine and Ezra battle
resurrected stormtroopers through the power of Night Sister magic called Night Troopers
to try and get off of Peridia. Ezra manages to force jump onto the Chimera and manages to escape the galaxy hidden aboard Thrawn's ship. He eventually gets back to his surrogate mother, Hera Syndulla, in the known galaxy. Ahsoka and Sabine miss the Chimera's jumping off and are forced to stay with Hu Yang on Peridia with the Noti, unsure about what their next path is. Shin takes command of a group of local raiders, and Baylan stands on a statue resembling the father, seeing a glowing light in the distance, unsure what is next for him. Many years later, Dathan, the Strandcast of Palpatine, meets a young woman named Miramir
in the forests of Hypercarn
and falls in love with her. They have a child who they name Rey. They scurry across the galaxy, chased by agents of the Sith from Exegol. They try to capture the young family and bring them back to the Sith homeworld. The Acolyte of the Beyond, Kiza, is further possessed more and more by the mask of Viceroy Exim Panchard and goes deeper and deeper into the dark side. Luke Skywalker receives many dark visions about foreboding events in the future and consults his friends Lor Santeca and Lando Calrissian about the goings-on of the galaxy. Ochia Bestoon searches in the Inner Rim for a Sith wayfinder to reach the planet of Exegol, becoming obsessed with reaching the Sith homeworld and serving his thought-to-be late master, Darth Sidious. In this time, Ochi has captured a droid named Gio, who he abuses but treats as his sidekick. Kiza gives Ochi a blade that is inscribed in the ancient Sith language of Urkatat,
which translates to the location of a wayfinder that Sidious has with the location of Exegol in it so that OG can access the ancient Sith homeworld.
And Palpatine, through the Force, orders OG to capture his granddaughter, who he senses has a potential in the Force, and bring her to him on Exegol. Lando overhears a drunk Ochi of Bestoon in a cantina and immediately goes to Skywalker. Lando calls in help from his old friend Shriv Surgov as Luke Skywalker and Lor Santeca go to learn more about this young family traveling throughout the galaxy, seemingly on the run from the Sith, as Luke Skywalker goes to an archaeological dig on the planet Yaturba, led by the archaeologist Beaumont Kin. Skywalker yet again visits the Seeing Stone that Grogu called out to him all those years ago on, and is confronted by the Force ghost of his father, Anakin Skywalker, who briefly transports him to the world of Exegol, where he is attacked by Sith wraiths, but is then transported back, being saved by the Force ghost of his father, and advising his son to be mindful of the Force as darker times are evident in the galaxy. Kiza falls further and further under the control of the mask of Viceroy Exum Panchard, who tells her to listen to the discord of the Force in order to pursue her destiny. Luke Skywalker and Lando Calrissian put some of the puzzle pieces together and began chasing Ochi of Bestoon throughout the galaxy to try and figure out any details about the resurgent Sith. Dathan, Miramir, and Rey are temporarily given a safe haven under the administrator of a mining operation named Zargo Anaximander. Anaximander is eventually bribed by Ochi of Bestoon to give the family up to them. Skywalker and Calrissian get to Nightside, where Calrissian is able to warn the family to escape. Skywalker tracks Kiza to a cable train station and defeats the Acolyte of the Beyond, who is now fully under the control of Viceroy Exum Panchard.
Though she does later escape.
Although betrayed by Anaximander, Dathan, Miramir, and Rey manage to escape Nightside, and Ochi is forced to call in extra reinforcements, mainly a former Imperial Admiral named Edric Pride. Luke confronts Kiza in one final lightsaber duel right outside of the nebula known as the Red Honeycomb Zone. Skywalker is forced to kill Kiza when she chooses to remain loyal to the spirit of Exum Panchard. Eventually, Dathan and Miramir are tracked by Ochi of Bestoon to the planet of Jakku, where they had just dropped off Rey with a local junk trader named Unkar Plutt. Ochi of Bestoon brutally murders Dathan and Miramir, and then begins the pursuit of the girl. An Aki necklace on their ship leads a drunk Ochi to believe that Dathan and Miramir hid Rey on Pisana, which is where he then goes. Due to a tracking beacon being placed on a crate with Dathan and Miramir's corpses, Lando and R2-D2 eventually find the corpses of Dathan and Miramir, but do not find the girl. Ochi of Bestoon searches Pisana, but his speeder breaks down over the sinking sands of where Ochi is eventually drowned and killed by an underground Vexus snake. Luke goes back to his Jedi Temple, which is now Padawan Ben Solo, and his other students there, distraught but ultimately unconcerned about the fate of the girl, as Lando chooses to stay on Pisana to try and keep track of any sign of Ochi of Bestoon and to search for his missing daughter, Kadara. Many years later, Senator Leia Organa of Alderaan of the New Republic receives a call from her old friend Yendor to investigate a Nikto crime cartel led by Rin Riven Dai. She goes on a facts-finding mission to the planet Bastatha with an opposing party Senator Ransom Casterfo. Leia and Casterfo quickly discover Dai's cartel right after the New Republic Senate disbands the Chancellor's office in favor of the position called First Senator. Leia meets with her political allies at a Senate banquet hall, where she discovers a note with a one-word message on it: run. Leia immediately evacuates the building as a bomb goes off, injuring many, though killing no one, in the infamous napkin bombing. The napkin bombing causes chaos in the New Republic Senate, with the two major political parties accusing the others of being behind it. Leia then meets with her ally Yendor on Ryloth. Leia
discovers that the bombing was carried out by the Maxine warriors and tries to take action against them, but realizes that they are being sponsored and funded by Lady Carice Scindian, senator from Arcanus, who quickly becomes a political enemy of Leia's. Scindian manages to get a box once owned by Bail Organa, with the revelation that Leia is indeed the child of Padme Amidala and Anakin Skywalker, who of course became Darth Vader. Scindian spreads this news out to the galaxy, which ruins Leia's political career and destroys her public image. Scindian is in the employ of the remaining Imperials that are in the Unknown Region rebuilding, who have since called themselves the First Order. Leia quickly pens a letter to her son Ben, who is studying with Luke at his Jedi Academy on Ossus, having not told her young son of her true parentage. Having her political career ruined, Leia steps down from the race to run for first senator and instead defers to a political colleague of her, Tylan Gar. She picks up a new lead on Rin Riven Dai and his crime cartel, and they manage to shut down the crime cartel, killing Rin Riven and his men in the process. Unfortunately, an agent of Scindian assassinates Tylan Gar during a political speech, preventing Leia's populist party from gaining control of the office of First Senator. Scindian frames Ransom Casterfo for the bombing, put on trial, convicted, and sentenced to murder on his home planet of Riosa. Leia starts to notice patterns across the galaxy of a possible Imperial return and starts building a counter-offensive movement, which she calls the Resistance.
After believing his uncle and master, Luke Skywalker, sought to execute him in his sleep, Ben Solo turns his back on the Jedi Order as Skywalker's temple burns. While the temple smolders, 3 fellow Jedi apprentices, named Hennix, Vo, and Tai, confront Ben Solo as he attempts to flee Ossus. As Solo fights back, he impales one of the Jedi, Hennix, with the sharp end of a stone, allowing him to escape as the other Jedi aid him aboard the ship Verity. Ben Solo arrives at Snoke's side, where he is consoled by the mysterious Darksider as Ben resolves to join up with the Knights of Ren, a band of marauding Force users who Skywalker and Solo once confronted years ago on the planet of Elphrona. Ben seeks out the Knights of Ren and finds Ren's discarded helmet back on Elphrona and is summoned to meet them on the world of Varnet. Ben is confronted by Ren, being told that the cost of joining the Knights of Ren is a good death, to which Solo takes credit for the death of Hennix, not knowing that he was still alive, and as Ren and Ben discuss his joining, his fellow Jedi brethren attack. In the ensuing confrontation, Ben seemingly kills Vo and Tai by pulling the Elphrona temple down on them, earning his place in the Knights of Ren, as Vo and Tai emerge from the wreckage to find the dead Hennix. Vo and Tai catch up with the Knights of Ren and find them massacring a mining group against Ben's wishes. A titanic battle ensues that results in the last people standing being Ben Solo and Ren himself, as they themselves engage in a lightsaber duel, resulting in Ben killing and usurping Ren's place as the master of the marauding knights. And as Ben fully gives himself over to the dark side, he attempts to bleed his Kyber crystal, turning it a bright scarlet red while shattering it and causing it to cut his hand open, as Ben Solo dies and Kylo Ren is born.
The commander of the First Order, Supreme Leader Snoke, brings his apprentice Kylo Ren to the planet of Dagobah, to a dark side cave that once was opposite of the great Jedi Master Yoda's home on the planet. There, Ren faces his uncle Luke Skywalker, as well as his parents Leia and Han Solo, before extinguishing them and further committing himself to the dark side of the Force. Over the years, Luke Skywalker has many, many adventures and becomes a mythological figure throughout the galaxy. On the casino world of Cantonica, many young kids talk about the legendary Luke Skywalker they've heard in legends. Some true, and some only true, let's say, from a certain point of view. After the downfall of his temple, Luke decides to take his old X-Wing from his rebellion days and go to the planet of Ahch-To, where the first Jedi temple was built long, long ago, and permanently exile himself, sinking his X-Wing into the water and cutting himself off from the Force
alone, scared, and dejected. A pirate named Sidon Athano, also known as the Crimson Corsair, searches for what he believes to be the lost treasure of Count Dooku. He and his crew eventually find that treasure, which happens to be a clone trooper that was frozen in carbonite a long time ago named Kix, who used to serve with Anakin Skywalker in the 501st Legion. They update Kix on everything that's happened in the last 50 years since he has been imprisoned in carbonite, and he joins their crew, becoming the last member of the 501st Legion that we know of to survive in the decades beyond the Battle of Jakku. While engaging in a conflict with the Banathi species that have been invading First Order territory, Kylo Ren vows to finish what his grandfather started and sets himself up on a major part of this path by doing what his grandfather couldn't, and taking down and defeating a Zillo beast from the inside. In the First Order, thousands and millions of children are kidnapped by the First Order in order to become part of their army. They're indoctrinated regularly by loyalty sessions for the First Order and trained as ruthless and deadly soldiers. One of these soldiers is named FN-2187, who grows very attached to his specific squad, with his friends FN-2199, FN-2000, and FN-2003. But he quickly starts to doubt the intentions of the First Order. His squad is deployed to an asteroid field where his commanding officer, Captain Phasma, told him that Republic agents were causing dissent and chaos in a mining operation, but actually the mining negotiators had called strike to protest the horrible working positions. Phasma orders the squad to execute the negotiators, and FN-2187 does not pull the trigger and watches as his fellow squad kills peaceful protesters. The First Order notices his lack of compliance and sentences him to extra training stimulations. Left on Jakku by her parents at a young age, Rey is forced to scrounge and survive as a scavenger working in the employ of Unkar Plutt, who, although keeps her safe, treats her horribly and gives her barely enough resources to get by on, where she carves hatch marks into the wall every day, waiting for her parents to return and give her the life she's always deserved. The son of noted rebel soldiers Shara Bey and Kez Dameron, Poe Dameron quits his job at the New Republic Defense Force to become one of Leia's top operatives in the Resistance. One of the Resistance's main goals is to find Luke Skywalker and bring him back to the galaxy at large so that he may aid the Resistance against the growing First Order threat. Dameron chases Luke's old friend Lor Santeca around the galaxy as Santeca is chased by agents of the First Order, and develops bonds with his fellow squad mates, one of whom is Snap Wexley, along with Jessica Pava and Kare Kun. The Resistance establishes their base on the remote world of Dakar. While engaging in a conflict with the Banathi species that have been invading First Order territory, Kylo Ren vows to finish what his grandfather started and sets himself up on a major part of this path by doing what his grandfather couldn't, and taking down and defeating a Zillo beast from the inside. As a result of his non-compliant behavior, the First Order assigns FN-2187 to a position in the sanitation department on their new superweapon Starkiller base, built out of the once Jedi homeworld of Ilum. On Starkiller base, FN-2187 continues to question his role in the growing insurgency. Poe Dameron and Black Squadron continue to chase Lor Santeca throughout the galaxy as he runs from the First Order with a possible map to where the legendary Jedi Luke Skywalker may be residing, as the Resistance does not know. An ace New Republic pilot named Kazuda Xiono, son of Senator Hamato Xiono of the Hosnian Prime system, is very quickly recruited by Poe to be a spy in the growing resistance. Kazuda, or Kaz as he's called, quickly gets his first assignment on a planet called Castellon, where he is to integrate himself into the community on a refueling platform called the Colossus. The Colossus is run by former Imperial soldier Emmanuel Doza, and Kaz is placed under the employ of mechanic and former rebel soldier Jarek Yeager. The First Order begins the operations on Castellon, and Kaz uncovers the fact that they are working with a local pirate group run by Kragan Gore to terrorize the station and to convince Captain Doza to place more and more First Order security on the space station to guard against the pirates that they themselves are sending. He gets integrated into the platform's culture and becomes good friends with fellow mechanics Niku Vozo and Tamra Vora, as well as Doza's daughter, Tora. Poe takes Kaz on a few missions that take him off Castellon to stop certain First Order developments, which put them in the crossfire of First Order commanders like Captain Phasma and Commander Pyre. But Kaz gets back in order to see the First Order completely taking over the planet. They quickly start rounding up citizens and taking over the station by force. Pam decides to go with the First Order, seeing a future with them.
Del Meeko, the former second in command of Inferno Squad, is captured by the First Order and brought before Kylo Ren. In an attempt to glean intel from Meeko, Kylo Ren uses the Force to dominate his mind and read his thoughts, living through almost the entirety of Meeko's service to both the Galactic Empire and the Rebel Alliance. After ascertaining the needed intelligence, Kylo Ren leaves the room, allowing the thought-to-be-dead Gideon Hask to execute Del Meeko in the beginning of Hask's revenge against his former squad mates.
Kaz, Niku, and Yeager launch their own rebellion on the platform as Kaz decides to sink the Colossus further down into the oceans of Castellon to try and swim up to the high tower and defeat the First Order.
Poe Dameron finally catches up with Lor San Tekka on the world of Jakku, as Lor has discovered the last fragment of the map necessary to locate Luke Skywalker and find the home of the first Jedi Temple. While on Jakku, dealing with Lor San Tekka, the First Order finds Dameron and lays siege to the village that Tekka was in hiding in. Before Poe Dameron is captured, he sends BB-8 away from the carnage with the map, hoping that he can find allies of the Resistance to bring him back to their base on Dakar. Dameron is taken prisoner and interrogated by Kylo Ren as the First Order squad on Jakku opens fire on the villagers, killing all of them. The lone trooper, FN-2187, chooses not to kill the civilians and is found out by Captain Phasma for doing so. Dameron is then interrogated aboard the Finalizer by Kylo Ren as they resolve to send more forces down to the planet of Jakku to recover the droid and its intelligence that would lead them to Skywalker. FN-2187, choosing to abandon the First Order, springs Dameron from captivity and launches a daring escape off of the Finalizer aboard a stolen TIE fighter. The TIE fighter is shot down, and upon waking up in the middle of the Jakku desert disoriented, FN-2187, now known as Finn, believes Dameron to be dead as their TIE fighter is consumed by the sands of Jakku. Meanwhile, BB-8 happens upon Rey, who helps procure BB-8, keep him safe, and guide him through the desert as she tries to help him find allies with the Resistance. Eventually, Finn and Rey and BB-8 all converge in Nema Outpost as the First Order closes in. In a mad dash to get off of Jakku and aid BB-8, the unlikely trio boards the Millennium Falcon and boldly flies it away from Jakku. While in space, trying to evade First Order captivity and trying to get the Falcon's malfunctioning systems under control, they are boarded by none other than Han Solo and Chewbacca, who have been able to finally track down the Falcon now that it has returned to space. Rey, Finn, and BB-8, alongside the legendary war heroes and scoundrels, are found by bands of pirates that have a bone to pick with Solo And as they take the Millennium Falcon from the Iravana, Solo's current freighter, one of said pirates contact the First Order, letting them know that Han Solo is in possession of the BB unit with the map to Skywalker. Our heroes make their way to Takodana, to the castle of Maz Kanata, as Han Solo tries to figure out what to do next with the mysterious girl, the wayward stormtrooper, and the daring droid. Suddenly, the skies across the galaxy are lit up red as Starkiller Base fires for the first time, annihilating Hosnian Prime and a litany of other systems at the core of the Republic, crippling the government and leaving a vacuum that only the First Order can fill. Eventually, the First Order catches up to the allies of the Resistance, and Kylo Ren is able to glean that Rey herself has seen the map and takes her prisoner instead of pursuing BB-8. Rey is taken to Starkiller Base, and as Kylo Ren attempts to penetrate her mind, as he has done so many times before, she resists being able to peek into his own mind, seeing his greatest fears of not being able to live up to the legacy of Darth Vader. Meanwhile, the Resistance stage a rescue to get Rey off of Starkiller Base, lower the shields on the planet killer, and destroy it. As Han, Chewie, and Finn all make for Starkiller Base to rescue Rey, she is able to free herself and rendezvous with her friends. They begin to place charges on the thermal oscillator, creating an unstable reaction that will allow the pilots of the Resistance to destroy Starkiller Base. While in this chamber, Han Solo attempts to confront and bring home his son at the behest of Leia. After a heartfelt conversation, Kylo Ren chooses to double down on the dark side, giving himself over fully to it, and murders Han Solo in cold blood on Starkiller Base. As an enraged Chewbacca fires his bowcaster at Kylo Ren, nearly mortally wounding him, Ren pursues Finn and Rey into the forests of Starkiller Base as Chewie goes to recover the Millennium Falcon and engages Finn and Rey in combat. Meanwhile, the Resistance continue a daring attack on the thermal oscillator, now mostly crippled, able to deal a killing blow to Starkiller Base as Kylo Ren faces off against Finn, summarily incapacitating him, and then going toe-to-toe with Rey as she, for the first time, gives herself over to the power of the Force and is able to drive back the fallen Jedi. Chewbacca arrives to rescue Finn and Rey, and as they make their way back to Dakar, Finn is placed in critical treatment as Rey is sent to recruit Luke Skywalker to the cause of the Resistance and see if he will be able to aid them in the coming war.
Back on Castellon, Kaz and Yeager reach the top of the Colossus.
This effort works for a time, but the First Order sends more reinforcements to Castellon, at which case Kaz, having gotten Captain Doza on his side, decides to launch the Colossus, which is revealed to be a space station, into space and jump to hyperspace to a random coordinate, hoping the First Order won't find them there, with the hopes of rendezvousing with the Resistance base later. Unfortunately, in their escape, a First Order BB unit boards the Colossus and tries to report them back to the First Order, but Kaz and his allies eliminate it.
As the first true battle in the war against the First Order rages, Iden Versio and her daughter, Zay Versio, spring into action to help aid the Resistance as First Order attacks start to crop up. The Versios take the fight to the First Order, confronting Gideon Hask, where Iden gives her life in service of the Resistance, defeating Hask to acquire schematics and readouts on First Order weapons and ships, allowing the Resistance to gain the upper hand in a conflict that has just begun.
On her way to find Luke Skywalker on the planet of Octo, Rey helps a group of workers overthrow their insidious master, Arania, on the planet of Necropolis.
Upon arriving on Octo, Rey makes her way up the stairs to the Jedi Temple, where on the cliffside she finds Luke Skywalker himself. Rey reaches out to Luke, holding what was once his own lightsaber and his father's before his own. Luke takes the lightsaber in his hand, gazes upon it, reflects on his time as a Jedi Master, and casts the weapon aside, explaining to Rey that he is not prepared to teach her and that he is not going to aid her in the coming conflict against the First Order. Rey pleads with Luke, and eventually Chewbacca comes in to try to shake Luke loose, from his malaise, where he realizes that if Chewbacca and the Millennium Falcon are on Ahch-To, so too should Han Solo, realizing that Han Solo was killed by his own nephew. Meanwhile, the Resistance must mount a desperate escape from Dakar as the First Order closes in and annihilates their base, as Poe Dameron leads a doomed mission against a First Order dreadnought with a bombing crew that results in the complete annihilation of the bombers, but does successfully bring down the dreadnought. Among the heroic bombardiers is one Paige Tico. Poe is chastised and demoted by Leia Organa, being told that they do not need martyrs but need leaders. Finn wakes up from a medically induced coma after being nearly paralyzed by Kylo Ren and wonders where Rey is. Meanwhile, Rey eventually is able to convince Luke to train her in the ways of the Jedi, despite Luke's own misgivings and belief that it is time for the Jedi Order to end. Rey begins to take her first steps into a larger world as Kylo Ren spirals further and further into the madness of the dark side, having been scorned by his master, Supreme Leader Snoke, for allowing her to get away on Starkiller Base. After their bold escape on Dakar, the Resistance believes themselves to be safe from the First Order, at least for the time being, until their capital ship, the Supremacy, emerges out of hyperspace along with other First Order ships. The Resistance then realizing that the First Order has successfully developed technology on how to track ships through hyperspace. An attack run on the Raddus, the Resistance capital ship, begins, and the bridge is destroyed, sucking Leia Organa into space. Leia is able to successfully get back aboard the Raddus using the Force, but is promptly put in the medical wing of the Raddus as she is incapacitated. In her stead is Vice Admiral Amilyn Holdo, an old friend of Leia's and herself a war hero from the Galactic Civil War. Holdo's unconventional tactics put off Poe Dameron as well as his other more foolhardy fellow Resistance soldiers. In an attempt to figure out how they can break the tracking sequence on the Raddus, Finn enlists the help of Rose Tico, a dedicated Resistance mechanic who was the sister of the heroic bomber who died during the escape from Dakar. They contact Maz Kanata, who directs them towards Cantonica to find a master codebreaker who will be able to slip them onto the First Order capital ship and disable the tracking on the Raddus so that the Resistance can at last be safe to lick its wound and discuss its next moves. As Rey trains in the Jedi ways on Ahch-To, a bizarre connection through the Force forms between herself and Kylo Ren as they are able to converse with each other across time and space. Over the course of several conversations like this, Kylo Ren and Rey begin to understand each other more and more as Luke slowly begins to accept his role as a teacher. Both Luke Skywalker and Kylo Ren tell Rey conflicting stories of the night that Ben Solo fell to the dark side. Rey eventually confronts Luke about this after Luke discovers such conversations between herself and Ren, as Luke explains to Rey that in a moment of weakness, he saw visions of the future where Kylo Ren would become a menace at the level of the once feared Darth Vader, who would wreak havoc across the galaxy, killing millions. Luke briefly considered killing his nephew and then remembered that it is not the Jedi way, and that if Vader could be saved, so too could Ben Solo. Rey is forgiving of Luke, but urges him to come with her to help bring Ben back to the light. Luke, still not seeing a place for the Jedi in the current galaxy, and also seeing Ben Solo as perhaps being too far gone, rejects this call yet again, as Rey resolves to catch up with the First Order and Resistance fleets across the galaxy, and to herself try to petition Ben Solo to return to the light and stand against Supreme Leader Snoke. Rose Tico and Finn make their way to the casino city of Canto Bight as they search for the Master Codebreaker. They do not find the Master Codebreaker, but instead find a dubious vagabond by the name of DJ, who not only helps them escape from their subsequent apprehension by Cantonica police forces, but does successfully aid them in boarding the Supremacy to make their way towards the internal systems, allowing them to track the Resistance through hyperspace. Meanwhile, Rey arrives at the Supremacy to hopefully convince Kylo Ren to turn his back on the dark side. As Kylo Ren prepares to bring her before his master, they both realize that they have had visions where each one sees the other joining them at the other side. Snoke tortures Rey, extracting information from her as to the exact whereabouts of Luke Skywalker. And as Snoke calls upon his student to kill her in cold blood and prove his loyalty to the dark side, Kylo Ren murders Snoke with the Skywalker saber. As Rey and Kylo Ren team up for the first time to take on Snoke's Praetorian guards in the throne room. As Finn, Rose, DJ, and BB-8 successfully infiltrate the Supremacy and deactivate the lightspeed tracking, they are surrounded and cornered by the First Order and subsequently captured and brought before General Hux and Captain Phasma for execution. Once Rey and Kylo Ren successfully fend off the Praetorian Guard and wipe them all out, Kylo Ren pleads for Rey to join him at his side to reforge a new order in the galaxy. Rey rejects the offer, and they engage in a tug of war with the Force over the Skywalker saber, resulting in the saber coming apart. Just as Finn and Rose are about to be executed, DJ reveals the information that Amilyn Holdo is planning on leading a covert evacuation of the Raddus, abandoning the ship, but leaving in small enough craft that it would not be detected by the First Order. Once the First Order becomes aware of this, they turn their guns on the escaping Resistance ships, as Amilyn Holdo bravely takes the reins of the Raddus and makes a jump to hyperspace directly through the aft wing of the Supremacy. This causes the necessary chaos to allow for Finn and Rose and BB-8 to fend off their First Order attackers, as Finn and Captain Phasma engage in a vicious battle that results in Finn finally defeating the First Order commander. Rey eventually comes to after being incapacitated by the explosion of the Skywalker saber, gathers up its remains, and makes a run for the planet of Crate directly below them. General Hux enters Snoke's throne room to find Snoke in pieces, the dead Praetorian Guard littering the floor of the throne room, and an unconscious Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren wakes up and asserts his dominance as the new supreme leader of the First Order as the Resistance finally coalesces on the surface of Crate. Crate, having once been a rebel outpost, is being refashioned into fighting form so that they can at the very least try to push the First Order back so that they can make yet another daring escape. As the First Order beats down on the base, Poe Dameron leads Rose, Finn, and a litany of other Resistance troopers in a ground battle against the First Order, trying to take out its heavy cannon that will instantly bring down the barrier protecting the Resistance. Finn, fully committed to defeating the First Order, attempts to fly into the heavy cannon, but is stopped before the cannon kills him, before he can even make a dent in it, as he and Rose and the rest of the Resistance retreat back into the base. Rey and Chewbacca enter the fray from above in the Millennium Falcon, giving air support as the situation on Crate becomes more and more dire and an escape seems less and less likely. At the exact moment that all hope seems lost, inexplicably, Luke Skywalker arrives at the battle. He consoles his sister as she mourns the loss of both Han, the Resistance, the war, and her own son, letting her know that no one's ever really gone, as Luke Skywalker daringly goes out to face the entirety of the First Order by himself. Incensed by seeing his former master and the man he blames for all that has gone wrong in his life, Kylo Ren orders all of the imposing First Order walkers to open fire on Luke Skywalker at the same time. After an attack that would have killed any normal man, the dust settles and Luke Skywalker stands triumphant, unscathed. Kylo Ren exits his command shuttle to face Skywalker in single combat, effectively distracting the First Order and allowing the Resistance to try to plot a way out of the base on Crate. They find a dead end covered by boulders that Rey is able to clear the path of using the Force, getting all that remains of the Resistance onto the Millennium Falcon. As Kylo Ren does his best to strike down his former master and uncle, he is unable to land a single blow even against the lightsaber blade of Skywalker, who stands before him wielding the Skywalker saber shattered just mere hours ago aboard the Supremacy. As Luke retracts his lightsaber and tells Kylo Ren that if he strikes him down in anger and hatred, that he will always be with him, just as his father is. Kylo Ren lashes out and attempts to deal the death blow to Luke Skywalker, realizing all too late that Skywalker was never on Crate, but was in fact using the Force to project an image of himself onto Crate to distract him and allow the First Order to slip through his clutches. The effort and strain from this act proves to be fatal for Skywalker as he becomes one with the Force on Ahch-To. The Resistance escapes, licking its wounds, realizing that they have everything they need to be able to save the galaxy, but know that it is a long road ahead.
Kaz and crew come out of hyperspace to the Resistance base on Dakar to find it devastated and the Resistance not there. They then strike out on their own as their own force with the members of the Colossus to survive and, where possible, fight back against the First Order. The Colossus receives a visit from Resistance pilot Vanessa Doza, who is Captain Emmanuel's wife and Tora's mother, on the brief occasion where she gets to visit, as she is mostly on long missions for the Resistance otherwise. After the Battle of Crate, Black Squadron further mobilizes to try and get more allies for the Resistance, continuing to deliver Leia's call to the galaxy, even as the First Order is clamping down their hold. The Resistance receives word of a list of First Order prisoners who are deemed highly threatening to their rule and disguise themselves to infiltrate an auction to steal the list and free the prisoners. Snap Lexley and his wife Kare Kun go to the planet of Akiva, where Snap's mother Nora is enjoying retirement with her new husband Wedge Antilles, but convinces the two of them to rejoin the fight against the First Order. Poe Dameron and Finn successfully infiltrate the auction and escape with the list, killing the executive records officer of the Corellian shipyards, Wincher Pratt. Leia seeks refuge with her old friend Yendor on Ryloth as the First Order try to extort them to give them more money and resources as they further clamp their hold down on the galaxy. Snap, Kare, Wedge, and Nora manage to infiltrate the First Order prison that Poe and Finn got the information for and free many opponents of the First Order, including Senator Ransom Casterfo, who indeed was not executed after his perceived treachery. Zay, Versio, and her adoptive uncle Shriv go to the planet Braca to try and steal some ships to use for the Resistance, as Leia and the rest of the Resistance flee Ryloth as the First Order finds out that they are there. They continue to rebuild the Resistance to get to the size of the former Rebel Alliance. The denizens of the Colossus gallivant around the galaxy from world to world, wondering where they will finally find safety and peace from the ongoing war. Kaz briefly abandons the Colossus to help recover a Resistance spy named Norath Kev from a brutal bounty hunter named Ax Tagrin on the planet of Varkana. They eventually find the world of Eos Prime, where they make an agreement with the natives of the world on as to how they can build their base there, but unfortunately the First Order finds them there too and drives them off. Meanwhile, the Resistance liberates Mon Calamari from the First Order oppressors there, and recruit the late Gial Akbar's son Aftab as they continue to build up their forces to fight back against the First Order. The Resistance also takes on a mission to the planet Minfar, where they help protect the native Zixon from the First Order as Rey builds up her skills with the Force and as a Jedi Padawan. The Resistance also tries to make a base on Batuu, but they're eventually discovered by the First Order and Kylo Ren specifically, who mercilessly chases them down across Batuu, getting many locals involved in the chaos of the war. Kaz and the Colossus crew embark on one final mission to get their old friend Tam Ravora back from the First Order through a harrowing mission involving them meeting on the now deserted Castellon. They manage to succeed and kill many First Order aides in their final battle between the Colossus and the First Order, signaling a growing trend of the Resistance fighting back against the First Order oppressors. But the Resistance is caught unaware as the dead speak. The galaxy hears a mysterious broadcast, a threat of revenge, in the sinister voice of the thought-to-be-late Emperor Palpatine. General Leia Organa dispatches secret agents to gather intelligence, while Rey, the last hope of the Jedi, trains for battle against the diabolical First Order. Meanwhile, Supreme Leader Kylo Ren rages in search of the Phantom Emperor, determined to destroy any threat to his power. He follows the trail to the planet of Mustafar, which is healing from the destruction of the Bright Star all those decades ago, and finds Darth Vader's Wayfinder to the planet Exegol. He follows it to Exegol and sees the undead Palpatine hooked up to many machines, somehow seemingly alive, brought back by dark science, cloning, and secrets only the Sith knew. Palpatine offers Kylo Ren a place by his side, the only requirement being to kill the girl, Rey, as she must not become a Jedi. Meanwhile, Poe and Finn get information on a spy in the First Order from Resistance informant Bulio, who is subsequently executed by the First Order once they find out he has been aiding the Resistance. Supreme Leader Kylo Ren gives the entire First Order fleet over to Palpatine's Sith armies, which he calls the Final Order. To stop the return of the Sith and the Phantom Emperor's resurgence, Rey, Finn, and Poe go on an adventure to try and find another Wayfinder from the notes that Rey took from the ancient Jedi texts on Ahch-To. Their quest leads them to Pisana, where they discover the exiled Lando Calrissian still there, waiting for any signs of Ochi of Bestoon or his missing daughter. He helps them evade a First Order patrol, and eventually they fall into the sinking fields, in which they discover the remains of Ochi of Bestoon and his dagger. They then go to Kijimi, where the dagger is deciphered by an old friend of Poe Dameron's named Babu Freak. Although for this to happen, C-3PO's memory must unfortunately be erased. Rey feels the pull of Kylo Ren still and goes to confront aboard his new Star Destroyer, the Steadfast. She encounters Ren in his personal study. As Rey is confronting Kylo Ren on the Steadfast, Finn and Poe try to evade capture, but eventually are captured by the First Order, at which point General Armitage Hux reveals that the spy in the First Order was him, and executes the stormtroopers about ready to execute the Resistance soldiers, claiming that he just needs Kylo Ren to lose. Hux's commanding officer, the now Allegiant General Enric Pride, quickly deduces Armitage Hux treacherous his actions and kills him in cold blood.
Meanwhile, during their duel on the Steadfast, Kylo Ren
reveals her true lineage as the granddaughter of Emperor Palpatine.
He also reveals that he and Rey possess a special bond through the Force called a dyad. Two that are one, and have special abilities through their bond.
Dejected, Rey goes back to her friends on the Millennium Falcon, and where they go to the location of the Wayfinder, the ocean moon of Endor, Kef Bir, where a significant part of the remains of the second Death Star lie. They get help from a deserting band of stormtroopers led by a woman named Janna, formerly TZ-1719, as Rey ventures into what remains of the Death Star 2's throne room to get the Emperor's Wayfinder to get to Exegol. There, Rey is confronted by many dark visions, including a dark version of herself, but eventually is cornered by Kylo Ren, who track the young Jedi to Kef Bir. They engage in a heated lightsaber duel, but as their lightsaber duel gets underway, Leia reaches out to her son one last time through the Force, which allows Rey to gain an opportunity to stab Kylo Ren, mortally wounding him. As Leia senses this, she reaches out into the Force to heal her son's wounds before passing away into the Force. Rey, dejected, goes to exile herself on Ahch-To, just like Luke did all those years ago. Meanwhile, on the remains of the second Death Star, Kylo Ren sees a vision of his father, Han, reaching out to him, encouraging him to do the right thing and to rejoin his family, which he does, at which point Kylo Ren dies and Ben Solo is reborn. Rey is burning her ship on Ahch-To when the Force Ghost of Luke confronts her and tells her that she has everything she needs to go and confront her grandfather on Exegol, giving her Leia's old lightsaber that he had hid away for many years, and lifting his old X-Wing out of the swamp, revealing that even in death, he has learned the lessons of his failures while he was alive. Rey takes both the Skywalker saber and Leia's saber to Exegol in Luke's old X-Wing, as she alerts the Resistance to the location of the planet beyond the red honeycomb zone. The Resistance launch an all-out assault on Exegol, and things do not go well for them, as the Sith fleet is incredibly numerous, and they are quickly outgunned by the overwhelming, staggering force of the Final Order. Rey enters the Sith Citadel and confronts her grandfather, as it's made very clear that her grandfather indeed wants her to kill him, as then his spirit will pass into hers, and she will become the eternal empress of the Sith Empire, as his maniacal acolytes chant around her. Meanwhile, Ben Solo blasts his way through the temple, getting rid of many of the Emperor's sovereign protectors and his fellow Knights of Ren, as Rey manages to pass a lightsaber through the Force to him to quickly mop up the remains of the Final Order troops. As the Resistance are being outgunned, Poe believes that this is the end for the Resistance and the galaxy is about to be plunged into darkness, when suddenly he hears a voice telling him that it's not all over, that there's more of us. Suddenly, the People's Fleet emerges from the galaxy, as thousands of ships from all different people across the galaxy emerge to fight off the First Order and the Final Order and free themselves for once. The legacy of the Skywalkers comes through as the galaxy now chooses to free itself. Sidious drains the life essence out of both of Rey and Ben Solo to fully restore him to a full body, using the essence of Rey and Ben's dyad bond to restore the one true Emperor. He then unleashes a torrent of Force lightning into the sky, toppling many Resistance and People's Fleet ships, although they get up. As Sidious's power grows, the voices of the Jedi from many generations past call out to Rey and encourage her to stand up against the Sith Eternal Emperor's wrath. She does so, but unfortunately dies in the process. Ben Solo, alive but wounded, then comes up from the rubble where he was tossed by Palpatine earlier, and gives up his remaining life force so that Rey can live. The Resistance celebrates as they defeat the remaining Final Order forces, as peace is restored to the galaxy once again. Rey then goes to Tatooine, the home of her master, Luke Skywalker, and visits his homestead before crafting a new yellow lightsaber that is uniquely her own, incorporating parts of her own quarterstaff that she carried on Jakku into it. An old woman comes by and asks what her name is, and she responds with her new name, her given name, given to her by her two masters, Rey Skywalker. Rey Skywalker has many adventures as she ventures to rebuild the Jedi Order in the vision of her former masters, including one on Kordoku, where she travels through space and time before eventually realizing that her destiny is to train her friend Finn in the ways of the Force, after realizing that he too is Force-sensitive. Poe Dameron finds a young Force-sensitive boy on the planet of Mustafar as they defeat once Vader's Imperial attendant Vanier, and Rey and Finn and Poe have one final vacation on the Halcyon cruiser before they must get to work rebuilding the galaxy after the desolation brought in the First Order. Together, they look towards a new galaxy, with Rey carrying the name Skywalker into the future in the years to come. And that, everyone, ends a fucking crazy long hours, like crazy shit, like so much was poured into this. Y'all don't even know. But we really love doing this.
And you're not going to give yourself your flowers. Most of this was done by you. Most of this was done by you, editing, back end stuff. You know, I got to be along for the ride, and I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, no, I really do appreciate what you've done and what you like and what and what you've contributed to this. But it's been a large undertaking. And we hope you enjoy this. Of course, again, happy May 4th. Happy Star Wars Day. We hope you're enjoying Tales of the Empire, which in the original recording of this, we did not know existed yet.
No, we did not.
So maybe for next year's we'll incorporate it in. No, but we have talked, Jared and I have talked very briefly about doing like the story of Jedi, the story of Empire. So just stay tuned for that. Who knows what we'll do. Jared, you
Yes.
want to plug where everyone can find you?
Yeah, you guys can find me if you're watching this the In a Galaxy version. You can find me over at the Nerd Academy podcast, namely our Star Wars show, Knights of the Nerd Republic, where we talk all things from the galaxy far, far away. Eli's a frequent contributor. It's a gay old time over at the Nerd Academy, talking comics, movies, games, all that jazz. So you can come find me over there.
Absolutely. And if you're watching this on the Nerd Academy podcast channel, then you can find me over at the Star Wars in a Galaxy YouTube channel, and you follow all of our stuff at In a Galaxy Pod. At the time this comes out, In a Galaxy will be wrapping up our coverage of Young Jedi Adventures, something not covered in this extensive video. Although if we do a story of Jedi, you'd better damn bet it's going to be in there. But yeah, you can follow me everywhere from my link tree, linktr.ee/_OchiFan327 is where you can find all my stuff. Listen to In a Galaxy on all the platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, everywhere. Happy May the 4th once again. If I forgot to mention it before, I don't know if I mentioned this in the beginning. Either way, I'll mention it again. Our list, our Google Doc.
Yes.
Every single source.
Your tome.
Our tome. Our tome is listed in the description. Let us know in the comments what we get right, what we leave out. There were a few things I will say that got cut during the process, that I originally put in, and then I was like, yeah. And the biggest one, honestly, was Freefall. Put in Freefall. I was like, do we need this? And there were, and again, I want to reiterate, there's plenty of stuff I love that was left out here, so it's not necessarily indicative of quality. There's stuff I don't like in Star Wars that was in here because it had to be. And I'm almost certain the same can be said for Jared on both ends. But yeah, happy Star Wars Day. Hope you're enjoying all the new stuff we got out today, whatever that may be, and may the Force be with you always.